anza kutushanua pole pole. So God bless that man. He's like the Julian Assange of Kenya. Let's not si umeona waanza kuattack biashara zake. Amejaribu kufanya startup hapa already, sijui KRA inamtafuta nini. Just like Morara like hapo KRA at you want your bank statements blah blah blah. Yeah, anaambiwa sijui nini. So let's all be ready for this fight. Let's protect each other in any way you can. In any way, si lazima uko unajua kama kesi kama hizo zikiletwa, you deal with them. Even me kinikujia, I might need you guys, I might need your support. Any one of us here, you can be targeted. Hata hii space iko clear. Ile ingine kulikuwa na kasheshe fulani kana kama sijui kama ulisikia hiyo story, sijui kama ulisikia Mr. Host, ulisikia. If you heard it, that is tapping. They are tapping. Yes.
Bana, huku online we are hearing a lot of things, so bana lazima
Bana Wanyama, that was factual. It was tap. Huku unasikia kelele fulani on that space. Kelele. Maybe it will come to this one also. And that's
we shall be there.
Ask them. Ask Akinatori.
We shall be there.
Watakwambia.
Yeah, I've been there. I've been listening in. So anyway, to Flani.
Let me stop there. Let our guys talk. I'm going to listen. We all listen. Na songe mbele ama ni hivyo.
As it should be. Binti Africa. Binti. Good morning, Binti. How are you?
Sama. Good morning. I am actually energized, funny enough. How are you?
Nahitaji coffee, but we'll do well. We'll do well. If we have to say this. Do you have something to say as we commence?
Mimi, I just want to keep injecting this Stop Adani hashtag, seeing as some of us had to go ground. Let's support our brothers and sisters, whatever, like in any way we can, whether it's financially, it's whatever. Let's just inject. Let's make the whole world aware of what's happening in our country. So, as we carry on, I would say every 5 minutes, everybody should make a tweet. And if you don't make a tweet, if you come on the speakers panel, I will quiz you, I will question you, and I will interrogate you to see your last tweet. I will go through your profile, just so you know. And that's a threat. I'm joking. But yes, let's just keep this hashtag trending for real. Like we need to amplify this as much as we can because our country is literally being sold. Why should we allow it to happen? No. And then let's stay focused. Like, I understand we have so many hurts from our country, like so many things to complain about, so many things to just get through. But today we are supporting this hashtag of stopping Adani. Yes. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Satia Mwananchi, hosted by your very own Wanyama Wafula. He will say he's your favorite host, but that's up for debate. And I am here, Binti Africa, your co-host, together with Toria as well. We were in the other space with KOT. I hope he shut down the space, by the way, because we just left him there. I hope he's gonna shut that down at some point. But we are here to go for the next 3 or 4 hours in support of our comrades on the ground. Yes. So welcome, everybody.
Thanks, Betty. Toria?
Hey, hi Wanyama, hi Binti once again. I don't have much to say. Binti has said almost literally everything that I could have said. We need, as people who are not in ground, we are here to support you for wherever we can. You get our backs, we got your backs to support you financially, spiritually, mentally. Yeah, so let's keep injecting. Yeah.
Sawa, nimeona hapo financially hapo hivyo. Hata pia mimi nitaanza kuweka namba hapo kama Marvin Koti Sonko, kwa sababu nimeona hapa I've been hearing stories of people, watu wamenunuliwa. Me, I was asking, mbona mimi sinunuliwi? Why? Mbona wakuji my side? Good morning, everyone.
Wanyama, weka number by the way, weka number kwa Jumbotron.
We will. At time T, we will. But for now, I think it's better for us to all fight for the country, irrespective of whether you have money or you don't have money, irrespective of whether you're energetic or not. Kupigania nchi inahitaji bana some crazy side of obsession. Let's just say that. But thanks a lot, Toria and Binti, and thanks for holding the other space overnight. And thanks for also putting in effort. Najua manze co-hosting. And also shout out to Sauti ya Mwananchi team. I've seen Rabi as well. Dada vipi leo? Tuwahitaji Kiswahili sanifu bana. Kuja kwenye kipaza sauti jamani, waongeleshe Wakenya wenzako, tuambie kule Kipini, kule Coast kuko vipi? Adani wamefika kule ama? Najua this disease called Adani, hawezi jua what is happening with it. But as we progress with the conversation, remember the hashtag is Stop Adani. Binti amesema anawacheck, by the way. So speakers, have you tweeted with the hashtag? And Binti doesn't joke. If you didn't know, msidanganywe na the English. She does not joke. Sometimes even as the hosts are kicked out of the conversation when we start slacking. She say, "Why are you slacking?" So keep retweeting the space. Manze hapo kwa comments sioni wase wakiweka hapo hivyo masikitiko yao as well. Please keep putting in. We will be highlighting as we continue the conversation, and I hope you are energetic. Mimi nilisema bana, ukikuwa na hasira usikunywe maji. In fact, it's too early in the morning for you kukunywa maji. With your cranky voice, come and shout, come and speak in this space. So tuanze na I have very new speakers, which is interesting. Job Masika, good morning. Job, can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you, but you are very far from your phone or something. Are you wearing earphones or something, Job? Please remove them and then you speak direct, because we can barely hear you. We're just hearing you say hello.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. Ebu inject. Good morning.
Good morning. It's been long since I came back to space. Like I was there at your airport. Was it airport? Occupy Airport. That was the last time I was here.
Yeah. That was a nice space. Now we are back at it. We did the Occupy JKI. Now we are back at this.
And then the time that I come to the country, I was in the country for like 3 weeks. Nothing happened. Baridi kanichapa kiasi. Then when I left, ish story katokea. Nilikuwa nataka niingie ground pia mimi nisumbuko kiasi. We used to do this thing back at the university. We used to excel in rioting. My problem right now is that as a country we don't have any opposition. This is the opposition. Like the MPs are quiet. The fake opposition is quiet. Like no one is talking about it. If you look at the way the judiciary inaenda, ni kama hata ongelei LSK ndio wanatusaidia. And I was talking to some friends, nikawaambia the worst thing sahi ni to give up. This is a race. This is like a marathon, and they will keep on trying to frustrate us. Watushika, wanyamaze tena, then waendelee. Yani wanataka tuchoke, tusichoke. Let us not get tired, because when we get tired, they win. Nafaa tuwasumbue sana. Kwanza saizi ndio time poa ya kuoccupy hiyo airport, because nothing is happening. Saizi askari wajui nani anaingia, nani anatoka. Inafaa watu waingie tu huko na watu wakae tu huko. Otherwise kama kuna mchango watu wanahitaji, we are ready. Sisi watu wa diaspora tuko ready kutuma chochote kidogo tunacho. to help in this cause. But otherwise, let's keep on pushing. Let's keep on pushing, guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Job. Now, by the way, welcome back. Now, by the way, to the people that are actually picking the mic for the first time, like the lady that spoke earlier, I'll say, you guys, you're the G's, because when you pick up the voice, it means, pick up the speaker, it means now you found your voice. Now, Sauti ya Mwananchi is actually achieving its target. Can you imagine? You guys, do you know the beauty of achieving your targets? I'm Jiba. I just felt good. So, Manze, pick up the mic. Usiogope, irrespective of your number of followers. This is why Sauti ya Mwananchi exists. Pick up.
Alafu
And
nilisahau
energy.
majani yangu hiyo airport. Mtu akipata hiyo majani anilete.
You know, you're actually feeding to the stigma that us lawyers are into tea, Manze.
No, wacha kwambia. On a serious note, I forgot my ketepa somewhere in the airport.
What was
Hey.
that? Why was out of your suitcase? It should have been inside your suitcase, no?
No, I bought it. No, I bought it in the supermarket when I was going to the airport, and I was holding it. Nilikuwa nataka niweke kwa bag, nikasahau, sijui nilisahau wapi. Na ilikuwa si ati ketepa ndogo, ni ile yenye unaweza pika chai mwaka mmoja.
Sasa, I mean, let me ask you, Wanyama, according to these new terms of this this deal, would Job Masika be buying those tea leaves in dollars or in shillings, Bado? Just to understand.
No, I can't buy them in dollars. I buy them in shillings. I went and bought them in Naivas when I was coming to the airport. Na nilinunua mkubwa na masala. You know, like how I live in the Scandinavia, like literally in Iceland. Penye kuna baridi, chai ndio kitu ya maana. Ukata ukinywa uje fika kwa bond.
Okay, I understand you, Paula. Wanyama, back to you.
Interesting. Anyway, sorry, Job. Sorry about your majani. As well. Wacha tuangalie manene. Wait, Manze, please keep the hashtag going, man. Me, I watch the numbers, so please keep the hashtag going. And please tweet to the space. Tish, I see you coming in, falling. Muzame. I think let me give you a chance to speak. Just speak, because I think you have connectivity issues. So just speak.
Okay, sorry. Now, the Uluya in job is amazing. Anyway, level 40. But I hope that is found. Okay, now I will join in, and I only have around 2 issues. There's somebody who spoke about we having to know those on the spaces and those who are able to access internet know what is happening, know about the Adani deal. And we have people who he said that don't know about it. Now that's why we are here, because we know about it. Now, when you know about it, what are you doing to make somebody who doesn't know about it? So this thing is all about collective responsibility. Let us all take it up. Let us, as we assemble here on the spaces, let us also, after getting knowledge, after getting spaces here, let us also spread the word on the ground. Let people know what is happening. Secondly, it is just simple. The Adani issue is simple. As I always say, it's simple. Let the state just come out clear and lay bare the documents on the Adani deal. I think that's all Kenyans are asking for. It might be a good deal, maybe, just maybe, but as things, according to experience, what we've heard before, it has not worked so well. Then, lastly, we have a lot of space in the country. We have hundreds and thousands of acres in this nation that maybe could be government land and utilized. Let those guys come and put up a new thing, so that we start from scratch. That's like how super highway in the expressway did. And if they have to maybe have it for 30 years, they then put it up, then have it for 30 years. But now let them employ Kenyans. Let us feel the value for the project. But hii mambo ya kuja kuchukua KA all over, and this is as somebody say, it is not a JKA thing, it's a KA thing. You get? So we have to be alert, and be woke, because this is what we need, because and spread the word. Let us people know what the deal is all about. Can we have a public participation on this? Why can't we have a new thing just coming up? We don't have to give all that we have. At least we have to remain with something. What if they take over there now? They decide now we can't access air services in the country. So what? Because it is their thing. It's foreign owned. So let us at least have hata tunapeana kama kitu moja, let them put their own, but we have to remain with the rest. Hata ukiwa kuku akiwa na faranga, you don't lose. Dogia kisha ponyeza watu Israeli anakula hakuli wote, at least anawakisha mmoja that ajulie this is what I had. So let's get to work, guys, and let's spread the word. Cheers.
Bana vile nilikuwa na enjoy your injecting. I was enjoying an inject. Binti, what do you have to say?
Tish, sasa, wacheni niwaambie kitu. See, I told you I'll be looking at your profiles. Maybe the last tweet I'm seeing about Stop Adani is, I don't know when. Have you done one? Because I'm looking at your profile right now.
You're talking about Tish?
Yes, Tish, I'm looking at your profile. See, it's you that was just speaking right now, Amma.
Yes. Oh, I tweeted, but I forgot the hashtag. But I just did on this one. If you check, you'll find I made some replies on this. Yeah, I just forgot
Make
the
sure you
hashtag.
put the hashtag with hashtag Stop Adani. Let's keep this going for days.
Anytime. I love the energy, though. I love the energy.
Sawa. Asanti sana. We keep it going. Hey, iko watu bana ni
And
masomo.
I'm new, by the way. I'm a new listener.
Sawa. Asanti Tish. Keep the energy going. Manze, don't give up as well. Na well articulated as well. Hey, watu. Kuna watu tayari wameshaanza. Hey, jai imefunguliwa tayari, watu wameanza kudrop. Thanks a lot. Hiyo ni pesa ya data. And by the way, there is also a team that manages this account. When they post, we try to post news, etc and verify as well before we post. Kuna vitu mingi zinafanyika, so guys, wanahitaji mshahara, so please eka huko kama unaweza. Kama hauwezi, tunaelewa, nchi inajengwa. Si tutajenga, we kuja paka rangi, kwa sababu si kila mtu anaweza fanya everything. So tukijenga nchi, we kuja utapaka rangi. We understand, so that's okay. Anyway, thanks for the volunteers as well. Manzee wase wamekuja through. You guys, me nilikuwa na struggle. I won't lie to you. There's a day I even said in the spaces that me, I was struggling even posting the news, getting blah blah blah. There are people who volunteered and came around and said, you know what, let us be managing the account. And yes, all the way from Kenya, Wapi, Nakuru, and they're always listening in and they're always gauging the information. And by the way, for people who are sharing information via DM, huwa inafutwa. Usijali. When I'm doing it, I'm the one who reads. Nikimaliza inatupwa nje, so don't worry about your security as well. Binti na Toria, mmefika wapi na in terms of your hate for Adani? Cause nasikia tu hapa mnaambia watu, are you mad? You too. Have you expressed how mad you are? Let's start with Toria actually.
Guy. Umeamua kwanza na mimi. Me personally, I'm so mad because I have a lot of questions which I'm trying to get answers, but I can't get. Because if Adani really gets in our neck, man, I don't know what we're gonna do. We're gonna vanish as a country. It'll be taking like our whole country as a whole, because KAA, it's not Jkia alone. And remember, they're going grab some land to build hotels to do. I was asking Binti, are those hotels or things they want to build for the country, or they are for Adani? They are for JKA or for, like, it doesn't make sense. Will they also grab the military base juu iko karibu na JKIA? A lot tax issue, like, I'm really mad. I can't imagine coming back to my country then being searched by a Machan. No. It doesn't make sense at all. In this country, they value foreigners more than its own citizens. It's so mad. It's so mad. I want reject Adani. People are going to lose jobs. Na hizo jobs ndo zinawapea food kwa table, fees. No, like sahi Ruto amerotify everything. Like nothing is going on well in any side. So reject Adani. Adani must go. Stop Adani. Acha ni treat kwanza binti before aniangalie.
Sawa, binti. Take it up.
Victoria, at least I'm glad you know the order of things in this space right now because, hey, maybe, kwanza wachana na Adani. Actually, even with Adani, first of all, I don't know if you guys were there. Was it, Wanyama, I don't know if it was in your space or KOT space, one of the Sauti ya Mwananchi spaces. This lady from India came in and I interviewed her and I asked her like why like what's the perception of these Adani people, like the Adani group in India, and she said people don't like them, people are against them. So why as Kenyans should we allow ourselves to let somebody that their own country doesn't want them inside our own country? Now that takes me back to these people that were in these meetings, page 444 on this feasible. In fact, I need to find that document and post it on the jumbotron. Page 444 on this feasible reports document. That's when you start finding these people's names. Why would they ever allow this to happen? Which means they must have seen all these terms and conditions and thought that, oh yeah, that's great for our country. This is not great for our country. It makes me question the governance in our country. It makes you question everything. I'll come back later. Give me time. I'm still here. And yes, I'm still checking your profiles when you come on the speaker. So please keep retweeting hashtag Stop Adani.
I think Binti, I was also we had another Indian who we asked more deeply about the Adani, and they say that this is someone who has been rejected and caused a lot of loss and corruption issues in India. He's not a good person. And that person we were talking with is person who he is a Kenyan but currently in India. So he sees everything that is going on, that's going through. Danny is being rejected everywhere. In Australia, I talked with my sister. It's like, no, they are mad. They don't want this shit there. Yeah. Everywhere. They don't want it.
So the question is, why should we as Kenyans accept it? We shouldn't. So if you're not in Jomo right now, I hope you're tweeting hashtag Stop Adani and also putting in, that tip jar.
Okay. Interesting. By the way, if you really don't know what's happening, is Adani is, it seems like this is a premeditated deal because vile wanaisukuma iko watu wanasukuma hii deal ya Adani, na I don't know if we are even right to say like it's a PPP deal because man, it has violated everything, and man, the way they speak, the tone of the document as well. And remember, we even did a whole day space, 24-hour space, just to pass through the document, highlight it. And kudos to you guys for sticking with us that day. The tone of the document is they're literally speaking to the government of Kenya like, you guys, we don't want problems with your people. This is a bad deal. Handle the stakeholders, handle those people, handle the judiciary, handle all those people who are going to bring problems for this, as we are bringing this money. And remember, by the way, the concession fee, it's $47 million per year. So it's not like, I haven't found anyone who's clarified for me whether the whole amount of $1.85 billion is being given, or the $47 million that is being given per year, because it's for 30 years. Na vile tunajua Kenya jamaneni, hiyo 1.85 billion chenye itaonekana huko ni 1 billion if God touches their hearts. Even you know, if God touches their hearts, chenye itaonekana ni only 1 billion or even less. Because remember, the terms of the document also showed that things like an upgrade of a terminal, creating of another terminal, will only happen if passenger traffic justifies it. So imagine. Ani maswali ni mengi. I could rant on and on and on, but this is Sauti ya Mwananchi. We really want you to voice your concern. So please request the mic. Yes, Storia, before I go to the other speakers. Yes, Storia.
Okay, I wanted to ask, based on what you've said about that 1.8 or whatever million, it's the ratio is 70 to 30. 70 goes to Adani and 30 comes to Kenya. Since this deal has been signed by some individuals, it's not a public thing. They have made it like it's a private. Will that money be going to the country, or will it go to these greedy individuals who have signed the deal?
It's supposed to go to the exchequer, but the authority, the authority that is mandated to handle that is Kenya Airports Authority. That's why KAU, the Kenya Aviation Workers, are requesting for some of the directors to go or to resign because they were there, because KAA is the contracting authority. So na mjue KAA si ati inafanya JKIA pekee. It's airports all over the country. And by the way, tukiendelea, mjue Adani wameshachukua maneno ya Ketraco. Kama ujue Ketraco ndo ana handle infrastructure ya Kenya mzima, electricity, if you didn't know that. So there's KPLC and there's also Ketraco. So Ketraco is the one that handles all the infrastructure. Not all, but majority of the infrastructure that handles your power in Kenya. And Adani Energy, iko tenda tayari walishashuka nayo. No, nakataa kuanguka na hashtag. You are here listening na hujapiga hiyo hashtag, tafadhali please. Enda ufanye kazi yako as mzalendo, tafadhali. Let's listen to the speakers as well as we continue injecting. Archangel, good morning. Archangel, Kenya.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I hope kila mtu ako poa leo. I have a few things to share. The first one is kuna mtu kwa ile space ingine alikuja, I think alikuwa anaitwa Nimrod someday. Alituambia that anybody who was involved in making this deal should be tried and convicted for treason, and that is true. Because kupeana Kenya Airways Authority, like literally, Kenya Airways Authority being taken over by some fucker who is not Kenyan, that is treason. Because this is a way of ensuring that we have no control over who comes into our country, ama ni nani anatoka. Now, kitu ambayo tunafaa kukumbuka ni ati Adani are not just hapo by themselves. Adani are backed by one of the most demonic, satanic organizations in this world, inaitwa BlackRock. Na mimi, I speak from experience because I am affiliated with an international, or let me say a multinational company that manufactures electric vehicles, a very famous one. Na wametusumbua, BlackRock wametusumbua for the last, since 2017, tumekuwa tukipigana na hawa watu watoke. They like to take over companies so they can control what the company is doing. And it's not just for the profits or the money, it is so they can control what the company can do for ordinary human beings. In short, wanataka wa make sure kama kuna a way in which mtu wa kawaida anaweza benefit from an organization, they want to control that. They want to control mpaka ile pesa ambayo mnalipwa by your CEO. This is BlackRock, and they have taken over so many companies that in France, there was, I think, I'm not sure kama ni earlier this year ama ni late last year, people in France walienda kwa streets to protest against BlackRock because they have completely turned the nation upside down. So when we're saying we should stop, and he issues here just Adani peke yao, tukumbuke ni BlackRock. Haya, the second thing I wanted to share is that wale watu wa conspiracy theory, today there will be a documentary that will be released leo, I mean today from USA about 9/11. Mkumbuke today is 9/11. And there are people who will be releasing information in form of a video that will explain why 9/11 was a hoax. Now, I'm not saying that 9/11 did not happen. It happened. Lakini the way they usually say it was Iraq, sijui terrorists, sijui nini, that is not true. 9/11 was an inside job. Hakukuwa hata na any so-called planes. It was what we usually call controlled demolition. Sasa hiyo video ikitoka leo, they will obviously be trending 9/11. So mkiandika as we write our hashtags za stop these motherfuckers, tuongeze pia 911. Hashtag ingine that we can use to make this thing go global trend, na tushtue hawa watu ambao wanajifanya ati leo they will come to JKIA. Leo hatutaki ndege yoyote iland JKIA, waende place ingine. Kuna kitu inaitangwa NOTAMs, NOTAMS, the notice to air missions. Any plane ambayo iko kwa hewa, they are usually they should be given information that leo hawakuji JKIA. So kuna hashtag nimeweka hapo, emergency NOTAMs _ JKIA. That's all I wanted to share.
Archangel ni Audrey. Acha tu si ati anajificha. We love you, Audrey, and please bring back all those things.
Haya.
Welcome as always. So watu nimeona hapa hivi. Okay, I'll bring you this information later. I'm trying to get as much information as possible. Let's go to kuna watu walikuwa wamefika hapa hivi way before others. It's people like Obi-Wan. Obi Otieno.
Wafula, good morning.
Good morning, man. And I think us Africans need to also start calling our names the way the people need to call them. Sindio? Hebu tufundishe kwanza. Yeah. No, teach us also yours. Me, I've been teaching people mine. Well, how do you call your second name?
It's Obi-Wan. Venye tu umeisema.
Aya, sawa. Tuendelee mbele. Obi-Wan.
Now, first of all, I want to appreciate those two ladies who have been at it all night. Pinti na Tora, waki-inject. We really appreciate your work. Yeah, that's number one. Number two, I like that you're injecting and guys are really coming out to stop Adani. And you know when you're suspected, when law enforcement says you are a suspect, it is because you're suspected of doing something suspicious and are therefore treated with suspicion. And that is exactly what we are doing with this government. Everything about Adani is just suspect. The guy, everyone who has helped make this deal come through is a suspect. There is a lot of suspicion. Everything about it is suspicious. And the speaker who has said that all of them need to be prosecuted, I totally agree with that. Yeah, I totally agree with that. Because everything is just suspicious. Kwa nini hawataki kutuonesha vitu zingine? Why wasn't there any public participation as guaranteed in the Constitution? You know, and it is within the jurisdiction of DCI to treat such things with suspicion and execute their mandate. Unaona? You see, because I mean, enforcement of the law is enforcement of the law. It should not think about who the big wigs or the small wigs. It should be everyone. Ni utumishi kwa wote. But here that doesn't happen. So you guys keep injecting yani. I'm very mad. Na wanyama Wanyama, you keep telling us not to drink water. Sikunywi hiyo maji saa hii, hiyo maji itakunywa baadaye. Yeah, so yeah, let's treat these things as they are, by the way, with a lot of suspicion, because there are too many questions. Same thing with what happened, what is that been happening with the fires, sijui Shakahola, all these things since this government came in. If you look at all the things that have been happening, are just suspect. And it's because of one guy who is making this, because fish rot from the head, to be honest. They rot from the head. Ni mtu mmoja tu. If you tabulate the deaths alone from September 2022 upon swearing in, I don't think there's any other presidency that has had as many deaths. And we're just 2 years in. We're barely 2 years in, actually. So we need to keep injecting. Kabisa. And what is really unfortunate is that right now there are no planes coming in. They're being diverted to other places, which means we are losing revenue. We are losing money because of these guys. Because they want to pocket public funds. And as a result, everything is at a standstill. But that's a good thing because they need to feel it. They need to feel it is power of the people. The people shall. We shall occupy. The people shall stop Adani. The people shall. It is within our power. I can go on and on, but I think that's about it for now. Thank you for giving me the mic. I appreciate it.
Thank you for speaking as well, Obi-Wan, but usijaribu kunywa maji. Sahara Senior. Sahara, usiangushe bana. Hii mic ni moto bana. We have to keep the momentum going. As we wait for Sahara, let's listen to Wanjiru. Wanjiru, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you today?
I'm great, just the voice, but I will wake up. I have to inject.
Fanya maneno yako.
Okay, so you remember there were like two documents of Adani. There is also this document with like almost 500 pages. Okay, I started reading it, and I am in page 244. It's about the tax holiday. I think everyone knows about what tax holiday means. It means tax exemptions on corporate income. So according to what is going to happen if Adani takes over, just read like a small piece. The concessionaire, sorry, I'm so sleepy, shall be entitled to tax exemptions on corporate income under the applicable rules in relation to the airport concession and the CSD concession for a period of any 10 years within the first 15 years of the concession years. So this means if Adani takes over, they are going to be exempt on tax for 10 to 15 years just because they have invested a lot of money in Kenya. This is so sad. We are allowing people to come take over our national asset and exempt them taxes for 10 to 15 years. Guys, everyone, twendeni JKIA, we need to take our airport back. We need to, because these human beings are not going to be paying taxes for 15 years. That is half the time they are leasing the airport. If they are leasing for that years and they're exempt taxed for 15 years. Sijui ni Kipchumba Murkomen kwa akili yake nzuri what he was thinking. Like Oluto akichukua private jet ya his friends from UAE ama India, what he was thinking. How can you, on your right mind, unless they were under drugs, I would say, because how can you even think of a proposal like that and impose it on national assets? Even, And now I think a little bit of a theory. Just going a little bit from the topic about the Darasha kids and the fire breakout in school. Maybe they're trying to divert our minds to, think about them and start hashtag, oh, Darasha kids, which is okay, and hashtag, oh, stop fires in school, so that we can forget about Adani and Jkia for a moment. But today is the day. Let's occupy. Now we are going there with a lot of reasons. We have reasons: tax reason, employment, money, corruption. We all have reasons on why we should occupy JKIA. It's not supposed to be a thing for only people who are working in Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. It's a reason for all of us as Kenyans, because kama venye Wanyama wamesema, imagine how much money they're taking. Kama wameandika ni 1.2 billion. I think only maybe 200 million will be for Kenyans. They will loot everything, literally everything. So when you tumesema, just keep the hashtag going, and also let's read the documents so that tukue na hasira zaidi. Have a good day. I will come back if you. I will just wake up and come back again. So thank you, Wanyama, and thank you, Binti and Tori, and everyone.
Karibu sana Wanjiru, and thanks for also bringing that to light. Let's keep referring to the document as well kama unahitaji kunini, na kama hauna hiyo document, please ask for it. It is always available, si kitu imefichwa. I'm here with Dr. Nimrod. Ala, kwani Nimrod amelala? What is
Hata sijalala boss. Whoa. I'm just about starting my day, man. Yes, sir. Yeah, hiyo story ya Adani, my friend. Yani mimi nataka watu wajiulize. Anybody who's travel around the world, yeah, in this developed world, let's say developed world, yeah. And I will give an example of a perfect example of, look at Dubai. Dubai is not run by the Dubais. It's run by the subsidiary of I think it's an Australian, American, and a Canadian firm. And you look at the contracts and you look at the Adani contract, then you know how stupid our leaders are. No, you're stupid. I'm sorry to say that it's a fact that you can't give your sovereignty to a foreigner in exchange for a paper dollar. That is what our leaders have done. They have sold our sovereignty for a paper dollar. That is the reality. People say, let's go to the document. No. The reality is this. Murkomen, Ruto, and the whole Kenya Kwanza government have sold Kenyan sovereignty for a paper dollar. That is what has happened. You can sugarcoat it, you can do whatever you want, and hence why I still stand. Out of all those governments which have served this country, Kenya, since I came of age, because I remember I saw Kenyatta 1, saw Moi, went to Kibaki, went to Uhuru, and now this fucking idiot. The reality is this. If there's a president, if there's people who have ever wanted them to be charged for treason, is this Kenya Kwanza government. Hata afadhali wangeliiba wabaki nayo wao. They'd rather steal the airport and keep it to themselves than sell it to somebody else, an outsider. And that's the saddest part of it. That is the saddest. Afadhali wangeliiba wabaki nayo. But wameuza airport to a foreigner. When you sell an airport, do you know you have got no control of your country? You will literally have no control of our country for the next 30 years. 30 good years. 30 good years. Come to think of it. Do you know what 30 years can do to our country? By the time they are done, we will be run like an animal farm. And that's how it happens. And that's the sad part. And there's people out there, they're not willing to go out there. Let me tell you one thing. For me, if you ask me, yeah, I look at a country like Sudan. Yeah, it is sad what is happening. It is so sad what is happening. But what are the factors or the situation which led to that country being where it is today? Look at Libya. Libya, the days of Muammar Gaddafi, what he was. They were lied by the West. Oh, democracy and nini. Look at what it is today. And this is what's happening to Kenya. Eventually, we will turn ourselves, we will turn our guns, pangas against each other. And that's where we're headed. Because kuna watu hawatakubali. Kuna mtu kama mimi Wanyama, KUT, will never accept to be ruled by foreigners in our own motherland. That will never happen. That will never happen. You know, let's just be honest. Kuna watu, yeah, we hear us making noise, but some of us we are on the other side. We don't care. If it is what's come to us, what's come to us. We survived the law. And by the end of the day you're born, you're dead. I believe that. So to be honest, like we should not allow that. We should not allow that. Anything touching the sovereignty of a country Kenyans should be involved. We did not elect these leaders to go sell our sovereignty. That is a no. So whatever happens, Adani, afadhali tuchomeo airport. They go build it, needs to go if they have to. Or they go build it in wherever that guy they come from, Murkomen and all that. If they want, they can go sell their Eldoret airport and build and sell that to Adani. Jkia wachi Kenya. It's a Kenyan's property. That is our pride and joy. That's what defines Kenya. And you're giving it to a foreigner. You're selling it where you got no control. And you're talking about Maendeleo. What Maendeleo is that? When you're selling your sovereignty. Hence why I will still stand to this day, whether I'm alive or not. Believe you me, if there's guys who are younger than me who will ever come to be leaders in this country, make sure you charge these fuckers for treason. We need to change this mentality. We need to change this mentality of selling our sovereignty for peanuts. And with that, inject. Adani should never be allowed to run the country national airport. That is it. For me, I will stand. I will stand to that to the last breath of my soul. So, whatever is needed, whatever is required, I will push. I will play a part. I do not care. And that's why I said I had to take a break because it was kind of sucking into me. Because in this western part, and then you see how these guys pride of their nationalism, their sovereignty, and that's why you see an American can go anywhere and do something nasty, and the American government will come and take him out straight away. Why? Because they have to protect that sovereignty. Same thing with a British guy, same thing with a French, same thing with a German, national. When the moment shit happens, they will come in and take their people out. Why? They don't, it's not like they care about those people. No, this is the sovereignty of what these people hold. If this country can go to that length, yet since Yaba, we got leaders who are selling our country to peanuts. Come on, man, guys. Wake up, man. Come on. It's just depressing, to be honest. It's this, it's, I can't even say it. I don't know how to class it. I don't know how to put it. Seriously. Adani should never be allowed to run anything in the country. Because by the end of the day, you cannot tell me that we lack Kenyans who can run that airport. I don't believe that. It is people who are actually undermining these institutions for their own personal gains. We've got a lot of patriotic Kenyans who can do a great job in these institutions. But because these people were in there, and that's why we look at politics. Our politics is so fucking fucked up because somebody is willing to squander 200-300 million just to get an MP seat. How? What justification is that? And then that man comes in, you expect him to kind of be patriotic? You're expecting that individual to be nationalistic, to have the interest of the people and the country at heart? No. If he's squandered 200-300 million, his target is to make 600-800 million. And so you saw in Murkomen within 2 years they were wearing over 200,000, 300,000. Mtu anasimama kwenye national TV and brag, even Masut I'm wearing. You know, that arrogance and ignorance. And this is what happens when you get villagers as leaders. Villagers as people who are in charge of leading things. Being learned, it doesn't mean that you're smart. You see, being learned doesn't mean you're smart. That's one thing people don't understand. And a lot of great people in this world, they're not educated, highly educated. But they understood what the requirement was and the position they held and the responsibility they have. Whereas, look at our leaders. What do they have? What do they hold? What are the principles? It's all about money, 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 money. I want to be rich, I want to be rich. Sasa wewe umeuza Kenya, yet unajenga Kenya. Yet you have already sold the country, thinking that you're immune to the fallout to the fallout of your actions. But yet you're forgetting that when nyumbani kwako ni Kenya, you're still a Kenyan. Let me tell you, even Aliko Dangote, when he goes to America, he gets treated like an African. He doesn't get treated like a billionaire. Because why? They look at you, who you are. They don't look at what you got. And that's why you look at Africa as always lagged behind, because of our own undoing, our own subjugation of our own identity, our self-hate, just because of the dollar, just because you want to have a big account, you want to have a mansion of 300 rooms, yet you can only shit on one toilet, sleep on one bed, use one spoon, and sleep in one bedroom. So, I mean, logic. And that's what we don't have in Africa. What we have as leaders is we have vultures. We've got individuals who are willing to sell the country the last coin just for them to be rich. And for that, like I said, when you sell a country where you are home, your family, your people are there, and you're thinking you're winning, how are you winning? How are you winning when one time when you're out of that position, you get treated the same way as the same people you sold their rights and the sovereignty away? And this is what Adani has done. They think Ruto and his family and Murkomen, they did this thinking that they're winning. But they're forgetting in 10 years or maybe even 5 or even 2 or 3, they'll be out. And then they come through that airport. They're not going to get treated special. Because one thing, they look like Africans. Second thing, they're Kenyans. So how do you sell your sovereignty, your identity, and then claim that you're developing? How? Can someone explain to me? Hashtag stop Adani all the way. I yield.
Thanks a lot, Nimrod. By the way, thanks a lot. Leo tunapata a lot of love, bana. Toria, do you have something to say?
Okay, I just wanted to I don't know if it's to compare what Nimrod has just said about exchanging our sovereignty for mere cash. I've just pictured out that, when you go to a shop and you purchase something, you have the right to return that good to the shop or to maintain it. So they sell our airport and they are claiming that after they will run it for 30 years. We will have given the Adani people the mandate to either choose either to return our airport to us or they maintain it, like it will be like their own. We would have invited foreigners in our country to come and rule us in a way. I don't know if I'm making sense, Wanyama, ama mi na reason kivyangu.
You're actually right. Unajua immigration as well ni shida kubwa sana in itself. So you might have a point as well.
It's because unajua the term we are using here is they are selling our airports. Once you sell something, like if I sell to you a car, you will decide if you will return it or you can sell it to another person or maintain the car, So that's the same thing which is happening between the greedy individuals and the Adani. They are selling our airports. It's not airports because it's a KAA to Adani to come and control all of them for 30 years. So after 30 years, if Adani decide we won't go out of Kenya, we can do nothing about it. And they will have stabilized and be firm in Kenya and we can do nothing about it. So we have only this chance to chase them away. Whoever took the money, just let them refund the money and be sued for treason. I also support that.
Hapo na support. They can't just be doing things without repercussions of doing it. So I really support it. And by the way, thanks for the love. Naona watu hapa mpaka followers pia wana increase bana. Leo mmeamka na kisirani. Let's keep the motion going. Let's keep injecting. Msichoke bana. You guys, hii ndio inaitwa kupigania nchi. Push that hashtag. If they thought they could pay 527 or they will marshal the 527 Kenya shillings crew and they will like stop these things from let the world know that our kora hawahitajiki in Kenya. And people in diaspora, I keep asking you are the reason why these hashtags can trend or not trend, because if it's only happening in Kenya it will only be there for some time, but since you guys are all over the world kuna kitu inaitwa randomization. Ndio maana hapa binti aliwaambia he'll be checking on all of you, because if people in diaspora, if Kenyans in diaspora don't tweet about it, it won't pick different locations. So let's make it trending in the world. That's where our power as Kenyans on X is. So pali huko and you're in diaspora, piga hiyo tweet bana. Speak about stopping Adani. Nani, the hashtag is up there on the title of the space. It's hashtag stop Adani, capital S, capital A. Let's keep the conversation going with Boniface. Boniface Wambua.
Yeah, good morning.
Morning to you
You
too.
hear me?
Yeah, we can
Okay.
hear you loud and clear.
Okay, me, I was just sleeping like 3. I woke up and took my phone. Nikaangalia like naona Adani ati kuna strike. So I was like nabaki nyuma watu wanaenda kuokoa nje and I'm sleeping. From 2 sijalala tena. Nimeingia kupost, kuretweet, kufanya nini. So the biggest question I have on this deal is like the problem I have with this deal is the same problem I had with the finance bill. If the deal was so good, like the finance bill and the Adani deal, why did they not involve other people? Like we see the good in it, then we decide whether we accept or we reject. So make it inanikula akili ni they want to do things on their own, and that is what we can't accept, because we are grown up and we are the people of Kenya. We are the one to protect our country. So mi kitu naweza sema ni hizi madili zao wanaleta, then they just want it to happen na hawataki kuinvolve the other people like the Kenyans. I think that's the problem, and I think what we can do ni we do it as much faster, like as much faster as possible. Like kama ni kuokoa hawa wajamaa kuwatoa huku, we just send them away. that is what I just have. Thank you.
Thank you too. Esquire? Actually, before Esquire, let's have African Live. Sorry about that. Mwema John, are you able to speak?
Yes, I'm able.
Go ahead.
Thank you guys for this opportunity. I love the energy you have because this is our country and we need to defend it. We should make these guys take the next flight that's available to go back to their country because our country can't be led like this. I've come to conclusion that this regime, whenever they are taking any trip outside the country, any travel they are taking, it's like they are going to make deals to finish us here and to finish our country. That's the thing I have come to realize. Another thing that I have seen, I think this initiative has enabled us to take some decisions for the future. Every youthful person now who is able to be a leader, please don't shy away now. Start preparing now. We should take every opportunity now that we see, and then let us make our own, please. Let us chase these motherfuckers from our country because even them, I think some of these leaders like Murkomen, Mr. Ruto, we should be preparing charges. And we should not make them even have something in our own country. We shall, if God enable us to become leaders in the future, let us even finish their families because they are becoming an epidemic in our life. We should not allow them even their investments because that is money of Kenyans. That is Kenyan money they are taking and investing. We shall only get this money back to our nation. That's why you see these people are coming with deals like maybe selling pipeline. They have come with everything, but maybe charging high fees for the IDs, selling pipeline, selling KICC, selling everything because they don't want our country. They don't want our people to thrive. I don't know why they have this kind of hatred on our people. If you sell the airport where things are coming, where things we can, because they want to export every resources. That's why you see there is fishy things going on because they mine things, minerals they are selling. We can't even know anything. Now, if you give a foreigner to man your gate to your kingdom, that means the foreigner can bring anything and they can export anything. That's why we are not even able to scrutinize. If you can see, even I saw another day here, I was almost getting high blood pressure because of this. You will see Wavinya Dad is milking millions from Machakos County, taking outside. That's what they want. Because if now a foreigner is the one who is manning your gate, anybody can export anything. That's why they are carrying a lot of money, taking outside. And the people are dying there. These people, I think, we need our airport. We should not let this one go. Let us go there in numbers. If we die, those who will remain, let them remain and take the country forward. There is no hope here. These people are doing a lot of mess. If you can think well, how can somebody now? We are very many Kenyans. Even if we don't have money to run our country, why can't we contribute? Let them come and say, with the country has no money. Let us contribute. We contribute everything that we have. I think that Adani deal, I heard that it is 200 million. If it is only 200 million, how many Kenyans are here? We can produce that money even within 2 hours. And then we do our airport. These people, we need to send them back to their country. Thank you.
Acha tuendelee na hiyo.
Wanyama, can I say
Just
kuenda job kiasi?
just a second, Mkenya. Just a second. Turn taking.
Okay.
So,
All right.
Wajama, if you are just able to even articulate on the propaganda it's not an issue of whether sijui what's the wording of the document, blah blah blah. It's an issue of right and wrong here. It's nothing else. The issue too, is it right? No. Is it wrong? Yes. Full stop. Hapo tu ndio tuko. Because the wording of the document, we can say whatever we want to say. But also, we are not stupid to avoid the documents as well. Because hiyo ni a very big loophole when watakwambia umesoma. Hapana. Then they start stepping on your head. So let's continue with the same morality. Walifanya kitu mbaya, let them pay for it. Mkenya halisi, please go ahead before we bring in MMA Square.
Thank you for the platform, Wanyama. I don't have much to say. I only have one thing that actually it's a question that I need Kenyans to ask themselves. Every Kenyan, wherever you are, you need to ask yourself this question. The question is, I saw my country being sold away to the dogs. What did I do about it as a Kenyan? That's all. Thank you.
Ni short and sweet hivyo Mkenya halisi. Hasira yako imefika hapo, huwezi ongea.
Hasira yangu imejaa msi, hata sitaki kuongea mambo mingi bro. Nasikia tu nimechemka mbaya sana.
Sasa ungebonga hivi na Sheng bana. Wewe unaongea ukiongea kwa Kiingereza bana, au tuelewe hasira yako. Hebu ongea sasa hiyo Sheng.
So mimi nataka tu mjiulize tu swali. Wewe ni Mkenya mali huko. Wewe ni bro, wewe ni sis, wewe ni mother, wewe ni buta. Sawa? Nataka tu ujiulize. Hizi mambo zote zinafanyika kwa hii Kenya. Ni kitu tunaona, si ati ni siri, si ati ni kitu tunaambiwa, ati utasema ni rumors. Jiulize tu mali huko. Niliona tu country yangu ikiuzwa tu kwa wase wa nje na a few individuals in the society.
Binti, Antori, am I the only one who's lost him?
I can't hear him neither.
Mkenya, I think you received a call or something. Okay, let's go to Esquire. We'll come back to Mkenya.
Hello? Wanyama?
We lost you kidogo, but endelea. Mkenya, endelea. We lost you kidogo. It's like you received a phone call or something.
Oh, mnanisikia?
Tunakusikia, inject sasa. Endelea, anguka naye.
Sawa, so mimi nataka tu ujiulize hivi mali huko. Wewe ni Mkenya. Ujiulize tu swali moja. Hata usianze kufikiria mambo mingi. Jiulize tu swali moja. Nilikuwa hapo hivyo.
I think he has
Hapo kweli.
No. I think he has connection issues.
Yeah, I think so. Let's welcome Esquire. Esquire, by the way, guys, if you come to the speaker panel, just speak the language that you're comfortable with, except vernacular. Upper English, Swahili, Sheng is agreeable. So, Esquire, inject.
Okay, thank you so much Wanyama. I hope kila mtu ananisikia. Okay, thank you so much. You know this story Adani, me I don't know where to start, I don't know where to end. But I want really to focus on the legal backing of this Adani deal. I think it's something that most of us are not aware. And before I continue, I want just to ask a question here. Nani anajua who is the current Solicitor General wa Kenya? The answer is obvious. Most of us don't know who is the current Solicitor General of Kenya. So his name is Shadrack J. Mose. I'll tell you later why nimeuliza hiyo swali. Now, mambo ya kuchukua Jkia si kitu ilianza leo. That's one thing you should know. It started all the way in 2018 when there was a proposal that Kenya Airways should take over Jkia. And the reason why they were saying Kenya Airways should take over Jkia, if someone can go through that document, that is in 2018, it was because KQ owed KAA about 3.8 billion. And the cabinet, by that time Uhuru was the president, they suggested to avoid this problem of Kenya Airways kukuwa na madeni kila wakati, Kenya Airways should just take over Jkia and earn income na you avoid hizi madeni. Now for me that argument it makes sense because wewe uko na deni, then wewe mtu uko na deni wanasema wewe ndio upatiwe a critical infrastructure to run it. That was in 2018. In 2019, the CEO of Kenya Airways, by then he was I don't know, Sebastian, he was from Poland or something. I don't know, I don't really recall kanti alikuwa anatoka, made a suggestion that they should nationalize Kenya Airways. Remember, Kenya Airways, government haina more than 50% ownership of Kenya Airways, but government is the majority shareholder of Kenya Airways. You should know that. So any proposal that Kenya Airways made, it can be regarded as a privately initiated proposal. And they say they want to kick out all these minority shareholders so that Kenya Airways equal 100% owned by government. It's in the news all over. Mukifanya research yenu vizuri mtaenda kule hiyo station ya nationalize Kenya Airways. That was in 2019. That failed. Who failed? Who stopped that action? The parliament. Why? The parliament by then walikuwa wanargue mambo ya CDF, walikuwa wameongezewa pesa CDF. Wakaambia Uhuru, if you're not going to give us our CDF money, we are going to stop this planned JKA, this planned KQ takeover of JKA, and it stopped. Now, these people walikuwa wajanja. In 2021, they came up with what we call the Public-Private Partnership Act. And this is where our problem began. And this is where Ruto atatumaliza. And I want all of us to look at that Public-Private Partnership Act of 2021. This Adani deal, iko anchored in this law, kila kitu ya Adani deal, iko anchored kwa hiyo Public-Private Partnership Act of 2021. Now, what this act tells is that a government inaweza fail maybe to run some of the infrastructure or project. So private organizations, they are allowed to come up with a proposal to the government and tell the government, tumeona hii na hii tunaweza invest this and this and this and this. The Public-Private Partnership Act, and there is where our problem began. Na mkisoma that, the Public-Private Partnership Act, we shall know watu wagani wamekuwa part of this Adani deal. Now, the Public-Private Partnership Act, part 2 of the act, established what we call the Public-Private Partnership Committee. Now, who are members of this committee? Now, I want you guys to be very, very keen wakati na mention these members, because these are the people who sold our country. Number 1 is the Solicitor General. Remember, the Solicitor General is like a legal advisor to the government because he's an assistant to the Attorney General. Solicitor General is one of the members of this Public-Private Partnership Committee, the PPP Committee. Another member is the PS of Transport. You guys know who is the PS of Transport. Another member is the PS of Finance. These 3 people. Now, you guys mmesoma that document yenye Wanyama alikuwa ameshare, and to the best of my knowledge, as we speak or as I speak right now, we don't have that contract per se. What we're having the feasibility study and the PIP, that's the public initiated proposal by the Adani themselves. Those are the only 2 documents that are available. In all of that document, kuna mtu amona document imeandikwa na ALG. First of all, I want to tell you that ALG is like a business consulting firm from Poland again. Now, what happened is that upon receiving that the financial statement ya Kenya Airways na KAA, the government suggested that kuna venye KAA inapata pesa mingi sana kushinda Kenya Airways. And now that people walikataa kupitisha, that's the parliament, ilikataa to allow KQ to take over KAA, we can invite private organization to tell us how we can improve JKIA. And that's where mambo ya Adani pay ilianzia. So Adani conducts, ALG conducts a feasibility study. And who hired ALG? The National Treasury. Ndio ile hayo ALG. That document yenye mnasoma sasa yenye Wanyama alikuwa ameshare, that company was hired by the National Treasury. Now, ALG conduct a feasibility study, and their main aim of conducting feasibility study was to improve our aviation policies. It was nothing to do with JKIA takeover or something. And they were mainly focusing on construction of a new terminal at JKIA. Now, this ALG report or feasibility study ndio yenye Adani ikatengeneza proposal based on this feasibility study. So we are having that feasibility study and we are having the PIP, that's the public initiated proposal by the Adani. Na hapo ndio mashida zetu zinaendelea because we are ignorant. All these things iko anchor to the Public Private Partnership Act. It gives the process of which a private organization inaweza initiate a project in Kenya. Okay? Una conduct a feasibility study, then through this feasibility study you can understand here ndio kuna shortcomings ya hii the model yenye iko Jkia. Hapa ndio the reason mbona Kenya Airways na make losses. That was the main aim of that feasibility study. Those are the two documents that tuko the feasibility study and the proposal yenye Adani will make. Now, I don't want to take much time because I know all the answers. Maswali yote yenye tunajiuliza about the Adani deal iko kwa that Public Private Partnership Act. And I want those guys when wanafanya law, lawyers, I want you to start sensitizing the public about this act because this is where our problem is. Your act inakuelezea, people are talking about 30 years. Why is it wanasema Adani will take over Jkia for 30 years? It's in that act. Section 12. Inasema any project is take more than 30 years. It is that act. Then someone asked, how much did Adani pay to Kenya? Under the same act imesema, any private organization initiate a proposal, it has to pay 50,000 USD or 0.05% of the total project cost, whichever is lower. For the Adani deal is a multi-billion deal. So of course 0.05% is even more than that 50,000 USD. So that means kuna some 50,000 USD lilipwa mtu under the law. Now, nimwambia the Solicitor General is a member of the Public Private Partnership Act, that Public Private Partnership Committee. Another person is the PS for Transport and Infrastructure. There's this guy called Caleb Kositany, and I want you guys to start talking about this guy because at ukisoma that ALG document, that guy was available in all the meetings, the report and the minutes zenye ziko kwa hiyo ALG report. Caleb Kositany was there. Ukikuja kwa hii proposal ya Adani, Caleb Kositany name bado iko hapo. This guy, who is this guy? Kipchumba Murkomen of the CS of Transport. You know guys who is Caleb Kositany. These are the people tunafaa tuanze kuuliza. Where did this start? How much were you paid? Because it is my belief that Adani pesa yake ilishapatia these people kitambo. Hao watu walishakula pesa ya Adani kitambo sana. Ruto akichapa kampeni yake, this guy had a lot of money and no one knew where. Hakuna mtu alikuwa anajua mali pesa yake ilikuwa inatoka. And it is my conspiracy theory that pesa ya Adani ilikuwa inachapa campaign because story ya Adani ilianza 2018 and it's the same period that Uhuru and Ruto walikosana in 2018. And when Uhuru was leaving the office, he talked about someone akikuwa na tamaa ya kila kitu. You guys, it is my belief that hao watu walianza kukosania story ya Jkia na KQ. Hiyo mnafaa mjue. Hapo ndo walianza kukosana. Ndio immediately Ruto aliingia. The first thing was kutoa Kennedy Ogeto. People know who is Ogeto. Ogeto was the former Solicitor General. Akaingiza that Shadrack J. Mose. Akaingia. Caleb Kositany, PS Transport ndo huyo. Kipchumba Murkomen wa Transport ndo huyo. Na saizi nani kwa Transport bado? The visual suspect. Rafiki ya nani? Ya Ruto. So, hii Adani deal guys, it's something more, like there's more than meets the eye in this Adani deal. And for us to stop things like this happening, because as we speak, the PPP Act exists. Bado inapatia government that power to accept proposals from private organization. And it's very funny because yesterday I was trying to go through that act. It's 71 pages. And surprisingly, public participation imekuwa mentioned only once in the entire act. Public participation. Imagine you're talking about private organization taking over public assets, but public participation imekuwa mentioned once. Ukisearch public once peke yake. The public participation imekuwa mentioned. The rest of the power is vested on the Public Private Partnership Committee. And I've told you the members of this committee. So as we start this Adani deal, let us demand this Shadrack Mose. What advice did you give the president as Solicitor General? Because in that act they have not mentioned the Attorney General. What advice did you give the government as their legal advisors about this deal? Let us ask Kipchumba Murkomen when this proposal ilipatiana before you approved, you are the CS transport, ulipatiwa pesa ngapi? Let us ask that Caleb Kositany, because Caleb Kositany ametajwa karibu kila mahali. How much were you paid for this takeover? About the Adani. And you guys, one thing you should know, the government of Kenya giving Adani this deal may not even be, haiwezi kuwa hata ni kwa sababu walikuwa wanataka wapatiwe pesa, maybe for their own interest, because Adani iko known to have offshore account. Hao ndio wanatumikanga kulonda money, pesa inaibiwa. Nowadays unasikia ati mtu ameiba sijui 28 billion, sijui una report sijui pesa ya Citizen, how many billion have lost. Where is this money going? This money goes to these people, these the Adani people. They are known wash and wash original, by the way, these guys. So as we speak right now, tunafaa tuanze kudemand the contract yenyewe. We don't have the contract, the original contract. I have not seen the original contract to the best of my knowledge. The only thing I've seen is that feasibility study, and I've explained to you vile ilianzia mambo ya feasibility study by ALG and the privately initiated proposal by the Adani. Now there's one thing I want to educate you people. I had people arguing, mbona the government iko announce you kama tender, open tender, sijui different companies they apply, then you see which one is the best. Now I'll take you back to that act. You see, under the act, it may list various kinds of types of procurement processes. We have the competitive bidding, whereby if a private organization yataka kutengeneza or to manage an infrastructure, they can competitively bid, and that committee bado it accept that bid. Another kind of procurement is that PIP yenye Adani wame go through that process. The PIP is not a competitive bidding. It's not a restricted bidding. This is just wewe peke yako unapatiana bid yako, government na accept na kila kitu inaendelea. And that's what is happening right now. Adani ilishatoa bid yake, they accepted this PPP committee because that's the only committee that is responsible for approving and disapproving any proposal by private organizations. And this committee bado ikona those three people I've mentioned, the PS for transport, the PS for finance, and the solicitor general. These are the three people who approved this deal under the act, not my words. And now the question will be, hata tukisema saizi mambo na Adani, then at the end of it find people, will these people pay that money? Trust you me, there is no court that will be ready to talk about this deal because this already is an illegal action in totality. Ukikuja kwa law, there's always that principle that no legal action can arise from a loathsome deal or a loathsome cost. And this is a loathsome cost from the beginning to the end because hatujajua pesa kama Adani walipa the 50,000 USD ama walipa nini. We haven't seen any of the contract. And actually the act inasema, if a private organization initiate a proposal, it must give the plans. Vile Adani wanasema they are coming, I don't know, to construct, I don't know, a new terminal. So they are coming to, they want to construct a hotel. You see, in that proposal, when it says Adani, we should have all these plans and the estimated cost. Does that, your document can have those things? It doesn't have most of them. Because this is a shady deal. It is a shady deal from the beginning to the end. And for your information, Ruto's hands are tied right now. Walipatiwa pesa wakakula, wakamaliza in form of kickbacks. Wakiambia mkitupatia hii pesa tuwapatia hii. Right now, these guys are so fucked up. And there's nothing they can do about this deal. Because rumors has it, I don't want to call this factual because ulisikia, if any legal action or protest arises from this Adani deal, the decision or the arbitration won't be done in Kenya. It will be done where? In Mauritius. Not in Kenya. So as we speak, guys, we have a bigger fish to fry. And the bigger fish to fry is this, the PPP Act of 2021. I want you guys to go through that act and read it. This is the real devil. And trust you me, even if Adani deal right now fails, the same act Ruto atatumia to sell another critical infrastructure. Saizi mumeona mambo ya energy. Like it started all the way in 2021. Who knew that Adani kuna sijui Adani energy solution or whatever in Kenya? And this is another process kuja to take over what? Kenya Power. Very soon mtasikia Kenya Power imekuwa taken over. And all this blackout umekuwa mkiona. Hii ni kutafuta reason. Utasikia the government ime hire another company to conduct a feasibility study on Kenya Power. Why do we have blackouts kila wakati? then they'll do that feasibility study. Then utasikia Adani Energy Solution again initiating another privately initiated proposal to improve services za Kenya Power. Kenya Power will be taken over. Jkia has already been taken over. And the only way to stop this Adani deal in Jkia, and I repeat, it's not through a legal action, because there is no court that is ready to be involved in this. You should know that. There is no court that's ready. This is an action, this is a situation arising from immoral action and tamaa ya watu. There is no court that will be ready to award Adani the damages to award who damage. No court that will be ready to do that. And that's the reason why these guys they have not talked about Quaker legal action. They're talking about arbitration. So as we continue injecting on this Adani deal, and I repeat, guys, nataka tuende tusome that Public-Private Partnership Act, because hapo ndio shida zetu zote ziko hapo. Shida zetu zote za Adani yenye mnasikia sasa hizi. No wonder Ruto every time say PPP, and no one is mentioning about the act. The act is there. It exists. And one thing you should know about the 2021 Act, it repealed in totality the 2013 Act. The same kulikuwa kuna exist a PPP Act of 2013. The 2021 it repealed in entirety. Now, before I finish, the Kenya, kama watu wako hapa, they are part of the KAA workers. Trust you me, these people they have tried their best. In 2019 these people walikuwa na petition. Wakishtaki nini? Government na PS wanini wa treasury. Kulikuwa na some believe that there is another gain. I believe that this was Adani speaking, but wako wanataja jina yake, made a proposal in 2019. The same thing that is happening right now. So, as we continue, I want us guys to be very factual, and I also want us to understand the legal mechanism under which this proposal is anchored on. And I've told you, we don't have to read any other thing. Just go through that PPP Act of 2021. I'll share, if you come with the part, I can share that PDF document. And that's where the problem is. Because you can't have an act inaongelea about private organization taking over public asset, but in the entire act, una mention public participation only once, literally only once, yani only once. Though the word public participation didn't exist. The one of these guys, trust you me, even if they go to a court of law, trust you me, everything these guys are doing, it's illegal. Like it anchored on that law. They'll argue that there is this act. So ni sisi wa Kenya to may ignore to get to know the various laws in this country. So I want us to go and read that act from page 1 to page 71. Understand it. Then we start another campaign to remove that act entirety. Even if they have to improve it, then the word public participation must even be more than the word private organizations. Otherwise, you guys, we are dealing with very dangerous people. Very dangerous people. And the reason why I believe the Adanis are very dangerous, kumekuwa na people, I don't know, it's called Omeni or something, Mwenyakwasma is the person who blew this story. Now, personally, I don't believe that is the guy who blew this story. This story ilikuwa blew by this Senator Onyonka. Na alikuwa kwa Spice FM, he was just trying to criticize the government. Then somehow, akastukia meropokwa mambo na Adani. Then it caught people's attention. Ati unasema nini? And that's where Malpianza kujua stories are this Adani. And even Onyonka himself, alisema he cannot share the contents of that contract. Why? Why did he say he can't share? There's some powerful force behind it. Maybe a force that's even powerful than even Ruto himself. Kwa nini? Juu Ruto alishakula pesa. Hii pesa alikuwa anapata campaign. This guy spent a lot of money during campaign. And that's something I used to tell people, bwana. If you see someone spending all this money, ask yourself, hii pesa inatoka wapi? Hiyo pesa ndo tunalipa saa hizi. And trust you me guys, the only way we can stop this Adani deal is by occupying Jkia. Hata kama to occupy Jkia for the next 5 years, iko tu playground yetu. That's the only way we can stop it. But for Ruto and his cronies, trust you me, their hands are tied. So let me repeat this. Akina Wanyama, start doing investigation about someone called Caleb Kositany or whatever the name, Kipchumba Murkomen. and that Solicitor General. These are the three people who must give us answers about this Adani deal. Ni pesa ngapi walilipwa? Ukiangalia Caleb Kositany aliko kwa meeting zote za ALG, if you read that document, that feasibility report, iko na meeting zote, all the minutes. Caleb aliko kwa zote, all of them, from the beginning to the end. So these people, they know this thing. And we should start attacking these people. Tukisema stop Adani deal, tunasema these people, akina Murkomen, akina sijui Caleb, all of those people, they should be fired. They should be chased. Even Ruto himself should be chased because he's a madman. And even asked us, I want to say, am I a madman? Yes, he's a madman because now it has come to the public that indeed JKA iluzwa kitambo sana for the next 30 years. Occupy JKA, you guys. Let us occupy JKA. Na mtu asikutisha ati kuna barrack za army sijui next to JKA or something. Trust me, these are our national assets. Because once they'll be done with JKA and they successfully take over JKA, and one thing you should know about JKA, it's a very valuable asset to people are asking, when Kenya Aviation Workers were the Kenya Union of Aviation Workers, they are striking. For information,
Finalize this square.
yes, JKA gives that union that KA about 83% of its income. So you can see how big JKA is. 83% income inatoka kwa JKA. So as I finalize, and I repeat for the fourth time, guys, let us go through this PPP Act of 2021 because there is where our problem lies. I drop the mic, Wanyama.
Thanks a lot, Esquire. That was a mix of everything, and thanks a lot for bringing us all those information. And thanks also for passing through the document. Napenda watu wanapitia hizo documents and also other documents that we haven't mentioned. Before I go to Collins, who was next, nataka to clarify some things. Yes, we have to give Nelson Amenya his flowers. That man, hii kitu si rahisi. And even Onyonka himself said ni Nelson ndiye alimpatia. He's even written to Special Crimes Unit to stop harassing Nelson because of leaking the information and etc. So let's celebrate our heroes kidogo as they do these things. Na si rahisi. We've hosted Nelson a couple of times, a zillion of times here, as we try to also understand deeper on all these documents as well. His life has also been threatened, man. So please, tujaribu to protect our watu in the little way that we can, and everyone who stands up for good governance in Kenya. Secondly, Endarasha, as much as tunaongelea about stop Adani, manze, how can mi naona hapa hivi 70 kids are missing, 21 dead. Na kuna wazazi bado wanasema tuko sawa as a country. Mchele na maharagwe inatumwa kwa shule yenye wamepoteza watoto. My people, where are we heading? Na Mwaura anapenda kutuma chakula kila mahali. By the way, I'm not going to like even do much of research. You just go and search Isaac Mwaura food and see. Just go to Google. Wajir ametuma sijui wapi huko, enda tu search Isaac Mwaura food na uone. He likes doing that. I don't know why. Shida anyway. Is the political class in Kenya that alienated from the populace? Is it ni kuna gap wenye hawaelewi what the people's need are ama tu, but they have come to and accept since kitambo hawa watu wakwangi wajinga, they're purposefully just being stupid and ignorant so that they steal. Sababu huwezi niambia you're this emotionless as a human being, ni ngumu sana. Also, secondly, I wanted to bring to your attention similar deals in the region. So Rwanda, on the other hand, I'm currently in Kigali. So Rwanda, on the other hand, has a similar deal. Now, let me break it down for you. So Rwanda sat down and decided, we need a new airport, and this is supposed to become like a competitor in the whole region on cargo. You see, chenye walifanya ni waka-approach nani? Waka-approach Qatar Airways. What Qatar did is they proposed to them, we are going to get 60% of the whole ownership for a couple of years. I don't know the number of years, but there's also a period there. We are getting 60%, but wanapewa vitu mingi. They contracted a company called Suma. Suma is building a whole new airport. Na nawaambia, by the way, guys, sorry guys, as we are here fighting Adani and all that, someone is actually going for the cargo. Jkia is only big because of the cargo business. Msidanganywe is because of sijui watu nini. As we pass through the feasibility mliona, 55% of significance of Jkia is through cargo. Now Rwanda is building the biggest airport, in cargo, for cargo I mean, with Qatar. They are going to own 60% of it, but kuna vitu zingine, they are going to do the branding, they are going to bring planes, they are going to angalia such a deal. Alafu huku kwetu kuna wenzetu sasa waliamua, unaona hii airport ina exist hii airport yenye iko hapo wacha tufanye hivi, wacha tuangalie kama tunahitaji terminal moja ingine. Alafu unaona hizi mabarabara zinaitwa taxiways, hizi zenye ziko kando ya hapo ya the terminal, basi si tunaweza ongeza kadhaa, tunaweza my people, we really need to watch out what we are getting in terms of these deals, because again tuna assume tulikaa hivi chini tukajiona wase kifua nini. Uganda si wamepeleka their oil deal to Tanzania, while we are here saying, oh, nothing can happen to Kenya. This is the business world. It doesn't make sense, other countries move. Cargo in Africa will definitely go to Rwanda. And it's not an issue of compare. Msianze sasa hapo kwa TL mseme, oh, Wanyama una compare Rwanda na Kenya, sijui nini. Bana, business in the world is business. Cargo, if it makes sense for you to actually take cargo to Kigali, where systems are very straightforward. Wewe kama foreigner unakuja 6 hours umeundiwa kampuni, you don't really need much. It's very straightforward with systems. Ni 500 francs. 500 francs divided by ni ifiki hata tao kuunda kampuni. You get everything online done. Umeclear your goods, imeenda pali imeenda. Majority of the highest consumer of goods that pass through Kenya is Central Africa. Sasa wewe Rwanda yenye iko close to Congo and the rest, kina Angola and the rest, do you really think what it will make sense to drop things in Mombasa or in Jkia and then they use the whole northern corridor through Uganda to get to this other end? So hatuulizi tu kwa ujinga, na mtu mwenye anasema ati villagers hawaoni importance ya hii kitu. You are the one supposed to speak to the villagers. Mimi personally I come from Bungoma. Iko town hapo inaitwa Malaba. Literally the whole economy is based on cargo business. If cargo business is done in Kenya, Malaba dies completely. Hakuna ati sijui iko border nini. There are many border towns. Kuna swamp, kuna nini, they are dead. Watu tu ndio kucross. Why is Malaba and Busia good? It's because of those cargo business. Now translate that message of the airport being sold in terms of cargo and push it to them. Let the villagers understand why this thing is also significant to them. I've just highlighted one. Just say the only reason. Highlight many more and speak to those villagers in the language that they understand. And also stop going to the villagers with high moral authority. Ni kama since we are urbanized and modernized and whatever we have the high moral authority to also abscond them. Like nyinyi ndio mnaharibu hii kura, nyinyi ndio they will always make a decision that suits them, because again in towns and cities we are there cocooning and saying, oh, we are the ones, we are the elite, we are the educated with the what. Villages are also educated and they're educated in their own issues. So if someone comes and says, mimi nimeenda kule kwa inaitwa nini, nimeenda kule kwa village nikapea watu 200, for them that is action. So my people, once people like Morara are doing some things like that, me, I'm actually happy, because that's the political game that happens, because that's the language they understand. Huko hakuna Twitter, and even if Twitter gets to that place, they are used to the in-person kind of messages. So step up, go speak about something, and do not wait until sasa ukuwe na PA system and all that, etc. Guys, through your WhatsApp channel, the people that depend on you. And this is also to the people in diaspora. You are supporting people back home. Mbona wakati unalipa black tax, mbona you're not speaking to the same people about the governance in Kenya? Time for siasa mimi in effect is done. Forget it. Whether you like it or not, politics will always affect you. Whether you like it or not, bad governance is going to get to your place. Whether you like it or not, airports are a very key infrastructure in a country. Whether you like it or not, there will always be bad businessmen and good businessmen. Whether you like it or not, that country has to be built by someone. Oh, unataka Kenya mzuri. Who is going to build it for you? Who? Kama si wewe. Who is going to build it for you, manze? It's only us, and this is where patriotism. Hizo bands mnavaa kwa mkono bana as Kenyans, man. Let it mean something. Hizo flags tunatembea nayo tunaweka kama ma-DP and all that. It's the sacrifice. Let it mean something. When you're celebrating rugby, when you're celebrating football. I even posted here something about bullfighting. Tunaangalianga za Mexico, Portugal, nini. There in Western Kenya, there's bullfighting. The Ministry of Sports has never done anything about it. Hii Jkia itakana ikuwe imejaa vitu za sports and culture in the country. That's what a gateway means when you speak. Come to the Kigali International Airport. Hapa hivi. Just come and see. They have plastered the whole airport about their projects. Vision City Kigali, blah, blah, blah. You will read about Kenya. We end up with Jkia, the only thing to make fashionable about it ni Kwaheri Kenya. How we celebrating Kwaheri Kenya? We post even in our TLs about Kwaheri Kenya. Like it's become a symbol of Collins.
Yes, sir.
Speak to us.
Thank you very much. Today at least nimejicompose naweza ongea even for a very long time. So let me start with where you pointed out on comparison basis where you are comparing us to wherever you are in Rwanda. That will always happen because you know that something is good because you saw bad in something or you highlighted bad in something so you can see the good in something. So comparison basis usijipige tafadhali. It exists to prove a point. So let me add on something yenye umesema on Rwanda. Rwanda walienda wakapata the Qataris. Ethiopia wameenda wakapata watu wanaitwa the Emirates ama the Emiratis, that is the UAE. Haya. And you've seen kama umekuwa ukifollow the Ethiopians wamekuwa wakipigwa sana by Egypt because they will lose their strategic interest. Hata sisi wa Kenya, we will lose that because if Rwanda will be a getaway of business through their airline, and Ethiopia thrives also to open up their country as a business hub. Bas, the strategic location ya Kenya imekuwa lost. We've seen Ugandans taking their oil through Tanzania. Tukasema bado hatujapigwa kibiashara. What else do you need to see that? Already we are being weakened. All our sources of business zinaenda because the oil that Uganda takes through our port in Mombasa is a lot. I don't know the figures. Sitazitaja. So we are losing it our strategic location and the hub of East Africa in doing business. That is threat number one. Come to the issue of our leaders and where you cited Mwaura and the rest. Our leaders are just delusional. They expect us to behave in a certain manner when issues emerge or something emerges, and they expect us to conform in a certain pattern of which sasa wameona haiwezi happen. So that is why they are sticking to the old narrative. Ndio maana unaona mse kama Mwaura anatuma mahindi na maharagwe kwa shule yenye 70 kids are missing, 21 are dead. Right now nimeona a tweet. There is a Meru school of boys yenye wameambia principal, tafadhali please let us go. Now that will be the trend. Wait and see. As a school is it in Meru or Chuka? I can't. Chuka girls. Also, nimeona a certain trend in it. Leave that alone. Wacha niende to something that is much more contemporary or can give us the reasoning of whatever is happening in Kenya. An example is the era of Adolf Hitler. And this is where we get the theory of stupidity. Kausha is your theory. It's a very interesting theory. Dietrich Hitler alifungia jamaa alikuwa akiitwa Dietrich Bonhoeffer. And this is the guy wrote this theory while in prison. Akasema silence in the face of evil is evil itself. So it's just as bad to keep your mouth shut when you see that something bad is going on. So history and tolerance by people, they see something is not going as it's supposed to be, and you keep your mouth shut. You are evil yourself. So we should change this. So the theory of stupidity states this. During the rise of power and influence by certain people, they take advantage of they rely on the ignorance of the masses to maintain control. So what happens? They use the social circles. You see the small settings that we have. So you sell propaganda. Oh, sijui nani alisema and inafikia. So the lies are spread so that the truth is concealed. However, this tactic is only weakened by one thing, where the masses now take up the individual responsibility. They start critically examining the beliefs or whatever is said there and checking the validity of everything that is there and drawing up conclusions and
College, 2
reasons.
minutes.
Okay, and reasons and evidence. That is why you see each and every day we can host you Wanyama and the co-host. Mnaweza host space which can go even for a day or even 2 days, because we are critically examining everything na tunajaribu kureason, is this thing working for us? No. Is this thing working against us? Yes. So what next from there? So let me finish with this. The two examples zenye nilicite za Tanzania and Australia, let me broaden on it. Adani walikuwa wamepatiwa the role ya kuexploit coal in Australia. So they destroyed the habitat ya a rare animal inaitwa koala, and they polluted the wetlands of Australia. That is the problem Adani is facing with Australia. Come to Tanzania through their subsidiary inaitwa Ports and Special Economic Zone Limited. Walipatiwa 30 years of control to control something we call the largest terminal in Dar es Salaam. There is still a problem because they have never developed the place. That is my submission. Thank you very much.
Asante sana pia. I wanted to hear from this guy called Buka. Ako wapi? Na ameanza kudrop. I don't know where he has gone. Thanks a lot, Collins. That was quite deep as well. As I wait for this Booker guy to come back. Let me see. I've lost some. Emma, you've been here for some time.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Please speak to us in 4 minutes.
Yeah, it's my first time kuongea hapa, but I'm joining in from Australia. And all I can say is, guys, fight hard because hii Adani nakumbuka hapa Australia about 2 years ago wakitaka kutake over the Queensland coal mining, and watu wa Queensland, they demonstrated almost every single day, but unajua system ya Australia, it's more straightforward, haina majambazi kama Ruto na watu wake. So guys, it's not an easy road, but we're being encouraged. I know some of us wenye tuko huku, we're trying our best in terms of kuandika mabarua to the media houses, to the federal MPs here and there. Some of us have had communications na I think there are individuals when their bank accounts are being investigated because of as in watu raise issues ati government looting and corrupt deals are being invested in Australian investment market, property market, and offshores. But another issue yenye niko nayo, most of us wenye tuko nayo huku ni a lot of family members wao politicians wako hapa. So it's almost becoming another small group ya the looters na family zao kuleta na bring issues huku. But anyway, what I've realized ni the Ruto, Murkomen, Uyu Cheruyot, Sudi, I think hao wote walilelewa in utter poverty. Now that they have power, I actually don't think they have any moral bone in them at all kujali about, in fact, life ya mtu, they will walk over everything even if they have to kill to get the money and power, kwa sababu mtu ajalelewa na pesa alafu mpate hii pesa yote, as in I don't think they even care about those kids that disappeared in Endarasha. So it's a big road, it's a tough road. I'm really hoping that we are not going into police state or worse off zile times za Moi, where tunaomba tu azin tusikue fearful. Some of us bado tunarudi nyumbani, we'd want to stay home, and we stay home whenever we can kwa sababu Kenya ni home vile Masiu sema, na there's no any other place better than home. If we don't fight now, hatuna future. So watu wenye mko majuu mnajua the kind of people wenye mnaweza reach out to. It doesn't harm kuandika, an email, kuandika letter, kuandika inquiry, especially during federal elections kama hapa Australia. Unajua, take advantage of elections inakuja. Write to both the opposition, write to both Liberal, and Labour. You never know your information itatumika aje. It might be used for our benefit, but hakuna haja nasema sasa mimi siko Kenya, I don't care. That is the worst, kwa sababu our parents are still there, our family is still there, Kenya is still home. Take time, write emails, write letters, write inquiries, to the media houses, to the parliament ikiwezekana, send your questions, and then you never know itaangukia mkono ya nani. So good job watu wenye we see what we do home, tunatuma pesa to support guys whenever they can, na kama mtu anajua sijui mtu kama mimi, I'd like to support some of you guys wenye naonanga huwa mnashinda hapa. I know you'd have better things to do, but some of us would like to support you financially in whichever way. So reach out, mtuambie, tutawasupport aje. Mtu kama mimi, I really wish kusupport someone, to fight this fight for us wenye hatuwezi fight tukiwa home. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. Now, by the way, if you're joining us right now, thanks a lot for joining and taking time to join us. The intention of the space is to push the hashtag Stop Adani. If you are in Kenya, you'll better serve by going and joining our brothers and sisters at KAA. Oh God, not the KAA, JKIA. Manze niko na hasira na KAA mpaka. So JKIA huko ndio strike, the protest, tuache kuita strike. The protest is going on. As we are here, fununu zinatufikia very credible, ni polisi walianza kurough up the employees who are, wana protest huko kwa airport, but kitanuka, sijui kutaendaje, but that's the news that is coming in. Even with that, manze, this is the time for you to stand up and do something and let the world know. And we are doing that not only by speaking in the spaces, but pushing also the hashtag. So say something. We are reminding you after every few minutes to push the hashtag Stop Adani. Say something. Retweet the space with that hashtag. Put your comment in the comment section with that hashtag. Do something with that hashtag. That's all we are saying. And by the way, we are having very nice speakers. Hapa hivi unabonga lugha unaweza. Tulisema anguka nayo in the language that you understand. 1 English, 2 Kiswahili, 3 Shen. Hiyo ndo lugha unaweza kujaanguka nayo. Kuna watu wanaongea bana wakibonga English. I know some of them, some of the speakers. When you come here, unaongea English, you do not express yourself very well. I know you are angry because of the DMs you're sending me. But ukikuja kwa speaker panel, you are speaking like, calm, blah, blah, blah. You are angry. Speak the language that makes you angry. So tafadhali, speak. George, speak lugha unaelewa. Mr. Manyali, speak the language you understand. Umeinua mkono na uongee.
Okay.
And speak the language that expresses anger. Not these calm things you guys want to do.
Wanyama, unanipata vizuri?
We get you loud and clear. Wewe ongea.
Thank you. Hii JKA imeenda. And I like the perspective that you have brought this morning about Kigali Airport. Also spent some time there. And in the region, and in fact across Africa, this idea of PPP is in the air, and everyone wants to go that direction. But just like one of the speakers said, when did the rain began beating us? Lini tulianza kunyeshewa? Civic education kwa Kenya, Bwana Wanyama, it is low. And that's why we need to put more effort in the civic education. Because we have an act which is legally acceptable, and that the process ambayo imefanywa, well, I do not know, I'm not a lawyer, but just like some speakers said before, to challenge it would be, I don't know, next to impossible. Because wamefuata hiyo procedure yote. But while they were doing so, again, I like the gentleman who said, who sits in that committee of the PPP. These people are known. And not just them. When Onyonga, the senator, spoke, I think that day I was online, I was listening. And he mentioned, like, we want to know what is in the deal. I think those were the words. We are not against the deal, but we want to know what is contained in it. Because, and he couldn't reveal. I remember him insisting, I cannot divulge the details, but I want the deal to be exposed. Let be told what is in that deal. I never say this. JKA is not the only property that we have as a country. We have more. And if you're not careful, if the problem is the acts that we have, enacted, if the problem is our law, where are the lawmakers of this country? And why everyone else? And I think there are just a few people who are talking about it, as far as I'm concerned, the politicians. Others, wametulia. So they know something, because it touches on the laws that they enacted in that parliament. It touches on probability of them having benefited and all that kind of thing. I therefore tell my fellow Kenyans, if today, and in fact I'm running a poll, I'm asking, if Elon Musk came to take JKA, will you let him take over? Or you will stop him as we are stopping Adani? Okay? If Elon said, mimi wacha nikuje Kenya kwa sababu nimekuwa successful elsewhere, I have done very big things elsewhere, if I came to JKIA, mutanipatia so that we stop this Adani? That's the question I want us Kenyans to answer. Are we rejecting Adani because of his previous failed, deals, or are we rejecting the fact that the process was not, legally, undertaken? That's the question we ask ourselves. But more importantly, Wanyama, my thinking is we need civic education. Tuko na laws nzuri, but people do not know them, and therefore, towards the end, mkia ng'ombe imeliwa, mkia imebaki, na sisi ndio tunaona mkia, kumbe ng'ombe ililiwa kitambo. And as we put it, it did not become yesterday. This is something that has been there for the last 4, 5, 6 years, which we didn't know. Because the process, the feasibility studies was not like done yesterday. I therefore call upon us actively, empower, not just us on the space, kule mitaani, penye Morara anatembea kule. People need that information, okay? But this requires resources. This will require time. This will require sacrifice. So that people need to know sheria zetu ambazo tunatengeneza, wakubwa wetu ambao tumepatia nafasi, the MPs ambao tumepeleka kule Senate, ambao tumepeleka kwa parliament, kwamba wametengeneza sheria ambazo zinatuangamiza sisi wenyewe. Alafu wao watasimama watutazame jinsi tunakimbia huku na kule. Kwa hivyo my call this morning to fellow Kenyans is civic education. Civic education on our constitution, on the laws that we have as a country. Asante sana. And I ask again, if Elon Musk came, would we give him the management of JKA? Ama ni Adani tu hatutaki? Asante.
Binti, what's up?
Sawa Wanyama, can I reply to George just for that section of the question?
I mean, you are a co-host, Binti. Go ahead.
Paula, I have to step in with respect, but thank you. Anyways, would we allow Elon Musk to come into our country? So let me tell you the reason why we're rejecting Adani. We are rejecting Adani on all grounds. Because first of all, who they are, their history, their track record, everything about what we've seen so far about them has not shown us that these are people that we can ever have faith in. Their own people, like from their own country, do not want them. So why should we be the ones that are gonna tolerate them and give them this show of good faith? Second thing is the methodology. I don't know if you've seen the current temporary pause on that deal. They have violated Articles 10, 27, and 102. So, regardless of who they are, even when they come to the country, they're still violating our constitution. So, whether it's if it was Elon Musk, we have things like Starlink. He's coming the right way. He's not violating anything. So maybe we could have spoken about this deal to him in a very constitutional way. However, if he'd now come in and violated all our rights and rules, maybe we would have still said no. So it's not about the person. Okay, so it's about the person, yes, and it's also about the methodology. We can't ignore one or the other or substitute one for the other. It's both things. Both things are being violated, and as Kenyans, as citizens, we should not allow for them to happen. I don't know if that answers your question for that section, but yes, that's my perspective, George. Should I get the next person?
Thanks, Binti. Acha tuone. So, acha tusikie Buka. Buka, walikufanyia nini airport mzee? Buka, can you hear me?
I can hear
Walikufanyia
you.
nini?
I can hear you very well. Awful.
What did they do to you?
No. Maybe okay. I could explain my deal at the airport, but the topic is also very interesting. Well, of course the police literally arrested me on the runway. When I was meant to be traveling to Beijing, and they hounded me off the Qatar Airlines. Qatar Airways headed to Doha. We had a detour in Doha and then Beijing, but the most annoying part of it is that they had all the opportunity to arrest me anywhere, not inside the plane. So it was really bad. And then the charges, of course, were very fictitious in the sense that um, they were telling me that I am organizing terror cells in in Nairobi and inciting people to violence. But in a nutshell, is that the government that we are dealing with today is scared hell, and they are trying all tactics to intimidate anyone who dares to stand up to to hold them accountable for their action. This is this is the kind of government we are dealing with. So even today's events at the airport, we know for a fact that, and this has to be clear to everybody that has been in the process of challenging this illegitimate regime, in the sense that if the pressure goes down, then the crackdown will continue. And anybody that the government suspected to have been responsible for the social explosion on the streets will be kidnapped, will be murdered, will be politically humiliated in that sense. That's why we have to keep on injecting and maintain the pressure levels. This is important. But let me go, Wanyama, to what is happening at Jkia with Adani, which is important for us. And of course, I've been listening to the space, and maybe to interject the question that if Elon Musk comes, will we be enraged? Of course, some of us will be enraged. Why? Because JKIA is a strategic national asset of this country. It has been built by the Kenyan resources for the longest time, and we are still paying for certain loans that were taken to advance the development of JKIA. So when the Kenya government said that JKIA is a security area, do you hand over security as a security area to a private entity to manage? Why don't they hand over, for example, State House if it's a security area? So it's important that the strategic assets of any country is protected from privatization. Now, the essence, this public, private partnership must be understood in its full force, that it is a way that the private sector has clearly, and very deceivingly generated a policy to steal from the public. When you talk about public and private partnership, let us give an example of Kenya Airways and KLM, where Kenya Airways declares losses in Kenya, while KLM declares profits in another country. And then the Kenyan taxpayers have to fill the hole by putting money into Kenya Airways, while the partnering entity declares profits elsewhere. So the public-private partnership is a very deceptive way to steal from the public. Another way is what President William Samoei Ruto is doing with housing project, where the private sector gets free land The private sector is paid to construct the houses and still sells, for example, a bed sitter at 1.4 million, not to the poor people, but to the people that can afford it. So the public-private partnership is a way that the private sector, the big multinationals, for example, they want free land, in the sense that, I could give you another example. There was a company called ESA. It was an Indian company that was given to actually run our refinery, the one at Changamwe in Mombasa. Now that Changamwe is no more. But basically what happened in that PPP, the ESA refinery, which was basically an Indian, and then some corrupt Kenyan politician even went and registered an ESA subsidiary in Dubai, took over the refinery, and they didn't pay for it. In fact, they only came with a credit line. Now, in essence, they were not interested in running the refinery, but only was acting as a caretaker for oil marketers, which finally took over the refinery only to use it as storage, and the East African refinery was killed. So basically, when we talk about privatization of state-owned enterprises, there are several ways in which the state ensures that these resources are stolen from the Kenyan people. For example, this old rhetoric that state-owned enterprises and parastatals are being mismanaged, not just that, they're just being mismanaged deliberately to fail, and the corruption in there. But these parastatals they are not like making losses because they are parastatal. They are making losses because the Kenyan politician is deliberately helping themselves through corruption and mismanaging these state-owned enterprises. That is why the state-owned enterprises are actually failing. And the private sector, that some of them even own certain private sector, are actually thriving because nobody's looting from private sector. But if you use that logic to say that the state-owned enterprises are making losses, let us privatize them, and then through backdoor, President William Samoei Ruto sells these state-owned enterprises and parastatals to only his friends and and his family members at at almost nothing. It's actually theft of public assets. So the overemphasis in Kenya Kwanza's regime to drive privatization of parastatal is basically one of the ways to make sure that the public owned enterprises are actually given to his proxies, his family members, and friends. Now, even without even going further, there are certain parastatals that are doing exclusively well, like Kenya Pipeline, for example, the KPC. Why would somebody want to privatize an enterprise that raises the resources for the public and is highly profitable, even with the theft and the corruption that is going in under, instead of defining ways to effectively manage those resources? So my take is that the strategic national assets of each country, especially those that are in the hands we consider as as strategic assets, the airports, just like the police, they don't want to privatize it because they want to use it when they want. The army, these are strategic areas, and even our national resources in terms of minerals. These are issues that we must look into a way that the majority of the Kenyan people can benefit from. So this Adani scandal is even much deeper, because remember what the union, the airport union workers are saying, that they were promised a declassification of all documents that are related to this Adani deal. And in fact, they're asking very simple issues. That what is the fate of the airport workers after the management of the airport is handed over to Adani? And also, Kenya Airports Authority is not making losses. In short, it's one of the profitable, state-owned enterprises that we have. And remember before, during Uhuru Kenyatta, they wanted to merge Kenya Airports Authority with Kenya Airways. Well, Kenya Airways was making losses under the partnership of KLM, the Dutch company, but they wanted to merge it with a profitable KA so that they're able also to siphon more money from KA to go into private hands. So the Adani deal must be rejected by the Kenyan people, and any attempt to privatize or to auction our national strategic resources to the highest bidder. We need to be in control of our airport. We need to make sure that it's running not just profitably, but as a national pride for our country. So my last submission is that the privatization must be based not just on elements of individuals making money from them, but it has to be looked at on the national interest of a country like Kenya. Thank you, Wanyama.
Thank you very much, Buka. Hey, that's inject knowledge. Thank you very much. Guys, this is Sauti ya Mwananchi. Today we're here to talk about stopping Adani. We already have our comrades down on the ground. They are here to occupy JKIA. And before I even proceed, first of all, we have the jar. That's 0721776034. Please support our host there, because this work is it's hard, and it's only right to move us on. But before we move on, Ayo the Sixth, hi, good morning. Just give us my check.
Morning, guys. How are you? It's a good morning the Lord has made. I hope all are well. I can see my senior Booker there and ESQ. I'm glad to have you all on board, and it's nice being on this space today. I'm waiting for my time to speak, then I just drop.
So, no problem. I will come to you very, very soon. I'd like to go to Victor first, then Stanislaus, then Opio, because your hands are up. So, Victor, good morning. And hey, guy, I forgot. I was meant to be checking your profiles. Have you tweeted anything about Stop Adani in the past 10 minutes?
Yes, I have. Thank you, hosts and co-hosts. And
Victor, are you speaking?
Yeah, I'm speaking. Can you hear me?
Guys, can you hear Victor?
Yeah, Victor is speaking.
Oh, sorry.
Thank
Let me
you.
drop. That's my fault then. Let me drop.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much, hosts and co-hosts. It's been a long struggle. It needs to go on. First of all, let me start by saying, adding on to what Comrade Booker has just touched on regarding what befell KPRL, the petroleum refineries in Kenya. It so happened by the time it was being taken over the Adani style, it was supplying refined product to all of East and Central Africa, and it was the only standing crude refining factory in East and Central Africa that was standing. Yeah. Let me continue my submission by saying that, yeah, it quacks like a duck, walks like a duck, behaves like a duck, looks like a duck. It is a duck. This regime is a slave trading enterprise. This regime is holding brief for the colonialists, and that's what it's doing. That's what it knows. The Adani is just a symptom. We need to stand up against it. The same way the moment Nelson Amenya raised this thing, as the youth of the nation were standing up and shouting, no, we need to occupy JKIA. We need to occupy JKIA. The KAA workers were then, no,
Those were Gen Zs. Be patient. Let Ruto work. Give Ruto time. The prime CS Mudavadi came out loud saying that, oh, it was a false alarm. There's nothing like Adani. Nini. Why the secrecy? Why the secrecy? After a public denial by a whole prime cabinet secretary in parliament. In fact, he should be reprimanded by parliament for having lied, for having taken them for granted. He denied that there was nothing like Adani, there was no takeover being initiated. Yani, aliruka hii story. Aliruka hii story kabisa. Na mimi kauli mbiu naweza sema hivi. Naweza ambia Wakenya wenzangu hivi. Tusimame dhidi ya ubepari. Kwa njia zote zile. If comrades from the universities can join in, fine, join in. Ruto must fall. If comrades in the taxi sector can join in, join in. If comrades in any other sector, the teachers, your CBAs have been taken for granted for too long, join in. Join in. When we corner this guy, let him fall. Let him fall. It's for the good of this nation. We can't let it go on this way. We can't stand by as spectators. Currently, somebody can stand by us. Oh, we are taxi drivers. Those are KAA employees. Oh, we are university comrades. We've planned our protest for next week. Oh, we are nurses. We've planned our protest for next year. Sorry, they'll come for you. They'll come for you. Nobody's safe. Even the business community isn't safe. I'm glad they knew it quite early. I remember earlier on during the protests in Mombasa, the initial protests against the finance bill, the business community really came out. They really came out and stood up for the nation. They supported the protest. They gave out water, meals, vitu kama hizo. Medical the same, the law society the same. It's supposed to be a joint effort. And with this in mind, they can't defeat us. They can't defeat the people. They can't defeat the people. We need only to stand up. Let me demystify this issue that, the Kenyans are not informed. Kenyans are informed, very well informed. That's why even Comrade Morara Kebaso has been receiving the kind of reception he's been receiving all over the place, including in Siaya, where I'm currently at in a short while. Now, it's not easy. It won't be easy. It will be a long grind, but let's keep at it. Let's keep the hope. Don't let them win. Thank you. Thank you, host. Thank you, co-host Sahil.
So, thank you very much. Victor, you're very right. This has to be a joint effort, by the way. Kwanzaa hey, how many people are here in this space? Let me see. 308. I hope that all 308 of you are not going to Mandamano and that you're just here to support from like the virtual grounds, because if you're meant to be there physically and you're still listening to us on this space, well, hey. Huh. Okay, so let's go to Stanislaus. I think you had your hand up, and then we go to Opio, then we go to Ayo. Stanislaus, can you hear me? Okay, Stanislaus is not here. Opio Oma.
Yes, I can hear you.
I was a little busy, but I'm back. Can I proceed?
Okay, Opio, let's just let Stanislaus go ahead, and then we'll come back to you afterwards.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Binti Africa, Toria, and Wanyama. I think this is a very wonderful platform for us to talk about what is happening now. The last speaker just said something about Kenyans being informed. It is real, indeed very true that Kenyans are informed. And what the previous speaker said, that Kenyans need civic education. Kenyans have been very much educated and they understand their civic responsibility and civil rights. And therefore, the people that need to be educated, the people that need this information to reach their skulls and stick are our political leaders. It is saddening, indeed very saddening, to find that the leader of a country stands in public, takes a microphone, and defends a person who has a dark past. The Adani
image all over the world, has a history where everywhere they get involved in business, people are protesting. Way back in his country, people are protesting. In Israel and now in Kenya, very many other areas where this corrupt individual has had to do his business. And just hearing at what is happening at the Jkia and in relation to the deal, I'm told that there is an article within that deal that says that Parliament and the public should not meddle in the process. And in fact, if they meddle in the process, the compensation for this archaic deal is 16 billion shillings. It therefore means that Kenya has already lost 16 billion shillings. Why is the president and his cabinet in support of this particular kind of deal? Number two, we are told that Adani is going to bring 5,000 Indians to work at the airport. Then why would the president come in and say, we are exporting Kenyans to find jobs elsewhere, and then in the same vein, bring 5,000 Indians to work at our airport? I think what Booker said, the other speaker said, it is indeed saddening that we can allow people to take over very important installations and assets of this country. We should not allow anyone to lease our airport, to lease our Mombasa seaport, to lease our national carrier, to even lease areas where we have minerals, national minerals like soda ash. Because the other day I saw a guy come out very vividly and say, look, Tata Chemicals is in charge of 100% of our soda ash. Yet the people who are actually consuming salt and other products that are produced through using our mineral soda ash minerals are Kenyans and at least many other millions around the world. But who owns Magadi soda in Kenya? National parks and game reserves should not be leased to anyone. Our national water reservoirs and water catchment areas should not be leased to anyone. Kenya Pipeline, so many other things that Booker spoke about. I think it is time that we have to wake up as Kenyans, because the other day, as other guy just spoke, the other day it was about Gen Zs. Now, are Gen Zs at the airport today? Are Gen Zs at the airport today? And Mr. Onyama said that we have to be agitated. We have to be agitated and speak in a language that we understand. The language that our leaders understand is demonstration. Some of us will not be allowed to be at the airport because we are not known to be working. We are known not to be working at the airport. But those who are at the airport, and as their leader, the leader of KAWU said that those who are on the morning shift, those who are in the afternoon shift, and those who are working at the night shift, let them gather at the airport. And we understand that thousands and thousands of people are scheduled to fly out of the country. Let it be known worldwide that we are being led in the wrong way. And I want to agree with some of the people who say that if you have a more religious leader, if you have a leader in a country that pretends or shows signs of being more religious, you are doomed as a nation. You are doomed, because most likely you are going to be dictated on many of the things that will be happening in that particular nation. And therefore, just to put matters to a close, I want to agree that Starlink is actually joining the country, but it is doing it in the right way. As BT Africa said, that we have to have the right methodology. But we will not agree or accept whether you are a billionaire, trillionaire, or a certain god in a certain part of the nation or a certain part of the world to come and take over our sovereignty. Our sovereignty is not just being able to be there, to be sovereign. To be present is to be in a position, is to be in, to be present is to be in a position to safeguard that which will keep the nation moving forward. I appreciate this particular kind of X space, and I will be joining each and every time to ensure that those who are voiceless and those who are not able to speak we can be able to speak for them and ensure that we have a progressive country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Stan Sanders, for your contribution. Yeah, I'm also worried, like, why would they accept the parliament of the public to be involved and put such kind of restrictions? You know, it leaves us with a lot of questions behind. Opio, good morning or good evening, wherever you are.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes,
I
Opio,
think.
go ahead.
Thank you, host Binti, for this time that you've given to me to share my ideas about this deal. I just wanted to agree with the speaker who had just spoken and the matters to do with civic education. Chapter 12 of the Kenyan Constitution in the Article 10 really outlines what we called or what is entailed in the public participation procedures whenever there is something that is supposed to be executed in the country. But most of these politicians have actually been running away from conducting this active public participation because they know Kenyans are never fools. There are people who will be there to ask the hard questions that they will not be able to answer. And so you'll always find these illegal activities being rushed so that people are not given enough time to participate in the processes of these activities that are trying to execute. Allow me to maybe give my thoughts about what we call long-term leasing processes. I've been a business person and I've been involved in leasing some of the institutions for private secondary schools running processes. But if you see a private company selling for you the idea of long-term leasing that is going beyond 20 years, 30 years, and above, like Adani is trying to do, you must be aware that there is nothing totally good in that. Because if you look at the Adani policy, if he's proposing 30 years, and then after 30 years, the person is still saying that there is certain percentage that is going to enjoy going forward, which again are not defined their end times. That is a policy that is always placed to give them room for what we call renewal of policies or renewal of agreements. Like, for example, if he operates for 15 years and Kenyans feel like there is nothing that is progressing out of their work and they are intending to terminate, it becomes very difficult to do so. So that is what they are trying to do. And maybe if they operate up to 25 years and they have 5 years to live, and then you are willing to terminate the process because it is not beneficial, then you find it very difficult to do so. That's why they are barring the parliament from even meddling in the process. Now, any deal that is long-term is very grievous and has very grievous consequences, especially to the owners of the assets. And that is why such agreements should be subjected to a virgin land for purposes of being developed and paid for in a particular period. That is why if you go to the area, East African countries where these such operations have taken place, like in Tanzania and those other areas, the person or the dealer is given a separate land that has not been developed or a low punching airport so that they can develop it to standard, then operate in it for a particular period that they are proposing so that they are able to repay and get the benefit. But this for a particular national asset that is the one having the huge percentage of revenue collection, it's not supposed to be right to do so. But if you look at into Adani's proposal, which is very nice, that is in the sense of suggesting that at least a particular period of 30 years, Kenya should not initiate a competitive airport. What does that tell you? Or what again we must understand as Kenyans is that when somebody is talking about long-term leasing, then it is equal as selling. If you go with the dictionary, there is no difference between leasing and selling. You can either lease and end up selling at the same time. So we can not only be fooled by the word leasing, but we can end up realizing that after 30 years, our airport is completely gone. Then the worst part of it, that I fail to understand how this government actually operate, or who signed this thing, which intention the person has, which kind of school the person went to, that Adani is proposing to hire their own workforce and lay off our own workforce for a period of 30 years and beyond. Yet, unemployment is one of the key concerns that we were complaining about and even made Gen Zs to demonstrate. So I wonder what type of infrastructural development that Adani is going to enhance in 30 years that is enough to cost us 5,000 employees at Jomo Kenyatta Airport. Look at that kind of thing. Even if you are that so stupid, how can somebody come to your nation, your country, and tells you that, look, I'm going to fire off your 5,000 citizens who have been taxed over a period and a period of years to develop the asset that they are now eyeing at, and then they hire foreigners into our land. How could that be so stupid? I could even accept something like that if it is not selfish, if it is for the interest of the Kenyan people. How do you again accept to fire the same Kenyan people you're serving their interest? Lastly, you can remember there was a guy who came and started operating a certain mall in Nairobi, who was just because of what? Selling cheaply to the citizens. Look at that. Somebody talked about the Elon Starlink operation. If you look at what the guy is saying, it's like you don't understand the difference between a day and night. This Elon Musk has come up with a fair competition or competitive grounds, something that is favorable to the economy of citizens. And that is why this selfish group who have initiated Safaricom and these other monopolizing businesses are not ready for such people, because their main intention is to keep on pressing the citizens down to nothing as they excel and camouflage by taking a lot of our resources and keeping into the foreign countries. So anybody who's still thinking that Adani deal or whoever is trying to stop Adani deal is not having some good and afterthoughts is like you're mad and should rethink again. And if you don't need to rethink, then you better go to church and get prayed for. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice injection. Binti, who was next actually? No, I want to.
Yeah, I was gonna put in Aya next, but I don't know if he dropped. But guys, remember this is our mission here at Sauti ya Mwananchi, hosted by Wanyama, is to hashtag Stop Adani. So make sure that every 10 minutes you're putting out a tweet, making sure that as we have our soldiers on the ground, we're also supporting them online here. We also have the tip jar number 0721776034 that goes to Wafula. So please, let's support everybody. Ayo. Hi. And also, please pick up the mic. You guys, you made us trans nights the whole night. And then when the morning comes, that's when you don't want to pick up the mic. Hey, come on now. So please pick up the mic. Come speak to us. Ayo, hi.
Hi, Binti. I hope you're well. as Wanyama and Toria, thank you for hosting this space for us today, probably since yesterday, I guess. I hope all the speakers are okay and all the listeners are okay. It's a sad day for Kenyans, and I have a few things to say about this privatization of Jkia to Adani and its implications. It's like we live in the days of, the Moi era, whereby as much as they claimed we had freedom of speech, then that freedom of speech was not really even, there. Because, leasing out a nation's primary airport, even if it is not, or rather, even if it is in a deteriorated state, that's a decision that should have been unthinkable. Because it reflects a short-sighted, self-serving attitude that disregards the broader implications for millions in favor of benefiting just but a few. These repeated poor decisions that, lead to such scenarios, they tend to highlight a deeper issue of governance where the interests of the populace are overshadowed by the greed of the elite. And as Kenyans grapple with these challenges, it becomes increasingly clear that the priorities of those in power often neglect the well-being of the majority. And the conduct of African politicians, regardless of their background, frequently reveals a focus on personal gain rather than a genuine concern for the public. And to be honest, the privatization of Jkia and its acquisition by the Indian multinational Adani Group, they have actually sired considerable discussions regarding their implications. And these strategic shifts, both affects Adani Group and Kenyan stakeholders, hence impacting economic dynamics, service quality, and national sovereignty. And additionally, to be honest, this process, it may end up raise constitutional concerns related to Kenya's governance and public finance. What does this what does the privatization of JKIA implicate? What are the implications for Kenyans? How does it affect us directly? How is it going to affect Kenyans who live in Kenya and even abroad directly? There's a huge economic impact. And this privatization could lead to significant economic benefits, such as much as we would talk about job creation in the new infrastructure projects and enhanced airport services, it means that most of our people are going to lose their jobs. And these may bolster Kenya's status as, a regional transport hub, hence stimulating economic growth not to Kenyans, but to the people that are directly benefiting towards this deal. There are potential downsides, including job losses due to restructuring and increased operational costs that, might be passed on to the consumers through high ticket prices and high airport fees. And we, the taxpayers, are the ones who are going to lose at the end of the day. Let's talk about this issue of service quality and efficiencies. Adani's expertise in the airport management, as much as, yes, they've tackled a few airports out there and other private sectors in different countries, they are being rejected in their own country. What does that mean to our image as a country? What does that mean to the regional image and even the international image that Kenya has really fought to build in a very long time? We've been known as the hub of, international foreign exchange, and rather, we have beautiful sites that people can visit in terms of, the beautiful sceneries and our animals and our pride, which is the national parks and all that. But at the end of the day, when this deal is, is taken into consideration, we lose all that with other countries. I don't know what other foreign countries that really look up to Kenya will have to say at the end of the day. A major concern about the national sovereignty and the control is allowing foreign entity to manage a key national asset like Jkia. It raises questions about Kenya's control over its strategic infrastructure. So what does that mean? It means that this situation could partially influence national policies and priorities, impacting local interest in governance. Our governance is going to lose its track completely. And what about the transparency and accountability? If we let this privatization happen, this privatization process and the Adani deal, it will have faced a lot of scrutiny regarding the transparency and accountability. Hence, tutakuwa tunajipata we are in the losing end, whereby no ensurety that the process is conducted fairly and with adequate public participation. Of course, there's no public participation. We just woke up one morning and we understood that our airport is being sold. Yeah, at no point there's always public participation in Kenya. It's like it's just in the constitution, but it's never there to take heed, or rather, nobody ever feels like there's some sort of public participation happening in our country. So the benefits of improved infrastructure might not only be evenly distributed, but also there's a potential leading to the disparities between urban and rural areas among the different socioeconomic groups, hence ensuring some sort of challenge in terms of significant challenge in the benefits of this privatization. So I want to talk about a few constitutional concerns just quickly before I yield the mic over. I think Booker talked about the constitutional issues. But when we look at Chapter 6 of the Kenyan Constitution that talks about leadership and integrity, Article 73 of this chapter emphasizes the principles of transparency, accountability, and public participation in decision making. The concerns surrounding the Adani deal regarding transparency and public involvement in privatization process highlight the need to adhere to these principles, which were not adhered to. When you look at Chapter 10, for example, that talks about devolved government, Article 174 of Chapter 10, it outlines the objectives of devolution, including the promoting of democratic and accountable governance, and hence ensuring equitable distribution of natural resources. The privatization of Jkia could impact heavily these objectives, since it will undermine the local control of equitable distribution of benefits. And the Chapter 12, Public Finance, Article 201, I guess, it stresses the principles of public finance, such as transparency and prudent management of public resources. This privatization of the Adani of Jkia through the Adani deal, the process must adhere to these principles. And someone asked a very pertinent question. If someone like Elon Musk was coming to take over that deal, would we allow it? My answer, I don't know what you guys are explaining. My answer will strictly be no. We cannot. This is a major means of foreign investment in our country. Like it makes money. I can't remember the day that as much as they claim that Jkia has been losing money and all that kind of stuff, it is employing our people. What does it mean if someone else from a foreign person comes and takes over what is public? It's like saying, what if Elon Musk wake up one morning and says they want to take the national park? What will we say about it? It doesn't make sense at all, regardless of who has money and who has good intentions. I think we pay so much taxes. We are heavily taxed in Africa that our taxes should be working for us. I don't know why our president or the national government keeps on going to different countries and borrowing money. Hence, we are still heavily taxed. So it still doesn't make sense to me. As I yield, in conclusion, the privatization of Jkia and its acquisition by the Adani Group, actually presents a complex array of implications for both the investor and the Kenyan stakeholders. And for Adani, the deal represents a strategic expansion with substantial financial prospects and regional influence, yes. But for Kenyans, the impact involves potential economic disturbance. And as much as it would improve the service quality and all that kind of stuff, our people will still be unemployed. That means we will still be in distress at the end of the day. So addressing these concerns effectively requires ensuring that, this process is stopped completely. Because we raise so much taxes that should improve our airport and even improve the face of the country in equal measure. I yield.
Thank you so much, Ayo, for your injection. And I don't know if I will differ with you a bit. I don't know if Adani will improve anything in our country. They're going to bring us losses because making flyovers and what taxiways, we have them in our airports. Building hotels, is that the improvement they're gonna bring in our country, or they'll be grabbing our lands? I don't know. But all in all, good, nice injection. Farah, hi.
Yeah, how are you? Am I audible?
Yeah, wassalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Allah.
Thank you. Well, I think Ayo summed up everything. But it all comes down to how much we care for our motherland, because it makes sense kabisa. Unajua, it's wenda wazimu, and to the extent that conspiracy theories sound more like reality than what we are going through. You cannot write this script. Hata I am sure people in the filmmaking industry are amazed by what's happening. There's a guy on Twitter yesterday who was saying that the Adani group in itself is not Adani, but it's our political class, because if you look at how Adani made their money between the years 2013 and 2020, they were worth around 10 to 15 billion Kenya shillings. But after 2020, they miraculously went to upwards of 145 billion US dollars. And that's when we were losing money as a country, because these people are just making subsidiary companies and investing in Adani. That's why you find them getting such favorable terms. And as much as it sounds kama uenda wazimu, it actually makes sense. Because where is the money? 6.4 trillion that were borrowed in excesses, according to Jimmy Wanjigi. Where is the money? Because even if they were investing somewhere else, it would be visible. But where's the money? There's no money. It never came into our lands. The other day, yesterday, Omtata tweeted that we built the SDR to the tune of 900 billion Kenya shillings from our taxes. And the money from China never came into Kenya. So where's the money? Sometimes inakaa uenda wazimu, but ukifikiria pia hiyo uenda wazimu iko na akili kuliko what these people are doing. So one thing I would literally really like to put across is, with this battle we are trying to fight, it's not about Ruto peke yake. It's not about individuals. It's about our ideals as a nation. Like, what kind of country do you want the next generation? Unajua zamani, the parents used to teach their kids how to hunt, what fruits and berries were poisonous and everything. You would give the next generation the skills they needed to survive and thrive. What are we leaving the next generation? Because we do not care enough for our country. Kuongea ukweli, that is the sad truth. Kila mtu anataka kusema mimi napambania yangu. Today Adani is you already know the kind of scandals they have across the globe. They are in our energy sector already. They're taking over aviation. There's a proposal to privatize the railway line. Do you know like what the long-term impacts of these things are? Because some of us just want to fight the battle because it's popular now. Tuambianeni ukweli, because it will come to a time whereby these spaces and everything we are doing here will not be enough. There are people who are trying to, as you know, it's not about Gen Z's peke yake, because this country belongs to all of us. We need to bridge the gap between the older generation, us, the middle generation, and the Gen Z's as well. Kwa sababu we have been, you know, the older generation stayed away, wakisema let the young people do what they are doing because they have done it in a way we've never done it, and they've achieved some things we've not achieved. But there are some lessons and impacts that they can they can impact on us that would change our trajectory as well. There are people of integrity who are from the older generation, and that's exactly what we need. We don't need a Gen Z. We need a person of integrity. Because ukifikiria what the hell is wrong with us as a country? We have over 70 kids wamepotea, hawajulikani wako wapi. In Trans Nzoia, there's a mass shallow grave that was discovered the other day. The airport is gone. You look at the insurance ya madaktari na ya walimu na police, it's being fucked up by the same people. And we've become so desensitized as a people that wewe unaendelea tu na maisha yako. You've seen photos and videos of kids burned up, Chad, and you still go on with your life as though it's normal. What happened to us? Mwajiuliza, honestly, what is wrong with us as a people? Where did we go wrong? Where did our dignities and our values and our morals go? Whereby ulikuwa ukiona hata mtoto wa jirani anafanya ujinga unamchapa. Because huyo mtoto ni wetu wote. He will impact the society tomorrow. Whereby everybody in the society, mpaka ule chizi, they had a role to play. It was a wholesome society. Irregardless of your race, your religion, your tribe, we lived as though we were in one melting pot. Leo, your neighbor might sleep hungry. You wouldn't know. You would never know. Kuongea ukweli, tujiangalieni, sababu tuko pabaya leo kuliko jana. Thank you guys.
Well, thank you, Farah. And yeah, you know when you just can't even say anything after somebody. I just can't. Like, I want to point out something. Look in the jumbotron. You see the police are back at it again. They are beating up the KAA workers just for protesting. Yani, just for following through with their constitutional rights. We are still being abused. Do we even have a country, by the way? Like, I can't even speak. Is it Archangel or Archangel? Archangel Kenya, hi.
Hi, mnanisikia vizuri?
Kabisa, endelea.
So I want to respond to something that somebody asked hapa. Aliuliza Elon akaamua leo anakuja Kenya aseme tumpatie JKIA amanage kama tunaweza mpatia. Now me personally, as I've said, I'm affiliated with an international EV manufacturing company that is where he is the CEO of that company. So me personally, I will trust Elon with my life and the life of my family. Lakini, please let us remember, okay, mimi and my family tuko maybe 100 people. JKIA ni gateway ya kuingia Kenya, and Kenya is a sovereign nation. So, let us remember also that Adani is not just taking over JKIA. Wanna take over Kenya Airport Authority, which means sio JKIA peke yake. Wanna take over all airports and airstrips in this country. Sijui kama mnanielewa. Mimi kitu nafanya nisikia kama tachizi. They're taking over all airports and all airstrips in this country. They are going to be the new Kenya Airports Authority. Yani wao ndo wako na authority over the airports in the country, not just JKIA. Mimi hiyo that is not something ambayo ninaweza patia Elon. He is an individual, number one. Haya, let's remember he is not from this country. Okay, he's not a citizen of this country, and therefore he cannot be made to answer to the government unless akuwe a citizen of the country. Remember, Adani are not citizens of Kenya. Na sio ati they are coming here to become citizens of Kenya so that they can come under the jurisdiction of Kenyan law. They will not be under the jurisdiction of our law and our constitution. So hata kama ilo nakakuja aseme anataka take over JKIA, the question is this: is he overseeing the management of the airport, ama is he taking over KAA? Please, let's understand how watu wana take over KAA. So mtu ambaye anaingia Kenya, they will be answering to Adani, not to the government. Mtu ambaye anatoka Kenya, they will be answering to Adani, not to the government. Which means we are no longer a sovereign nation. Hawa watu wanaweza import anybody, wanaweza endea Al-Qaeda wa import na hakuna kitu mtafanya. And please remember, this will affect even the Air Force. Hata Air Force yetu, military yetu pia, they will be affected by this. Ati Air Force watakuwa wanaambiwa kuna airports fulani hamtaland. Sijui kama mnanielewa. Even the Air Force will not have control over what the hell is coming into this country through our air. So mimi, obviously, hiyo sio kitu mnaweza kupatia a foreigner person who is not a citizen of this country. Hata kama ni Elon. Haya, kama Elon anaweza kuja, the best tunaweza fanya ni kumwambia, okay, help us streamline how we will make sure JKIA ina function to the best, yani ile capacity inaweza function to the best that we can. Lakini hatuwezi mwambia take over the entirety of KAA. Hiyo ni wazimu. Haya, let me come to something that people did not notice. In 2022, William Ruto alienda SpaceX after ashinde na wapatiwe mamlaka na nini, alienda SpaceX. Na mimi nikaangalia hizo picha nikaona sioni Elon mahali hapo, and I was wondering why. And I remembered when that was in August of 2022, time ambayo ODM decided they are going to go to court to say that the elections were not fair. Around hiyo time, Elon alikuwa anauliza online, kwa nini mlichagua huyu mtu na si huyo mwingine? Now I know watu wengi hata hawange notice, but mimi nili notice. So right now I am seeing, saizi ndo ninaelewa, Elon alikuwa ameshaangalia huyu mtu akaona this person is a madman. And therefore, senye Ruto na this woman, Meg Hitman, I call her Meg Hitman, walienda SpaceX. Elon hakuwa anataka kuwaona. So chenye alifanya aliwapatia Starlink. Sawa, kama ni deal mnataka chukueni Starlink, sawa. But alijiondoa because aliona these are very shady people. And so Elon hata kukuja ati kuchukua JKIA or any other airport, hiyo ni ngumu sana. Unless he gave it okay. A deal na watu straightforward. Now let's come to somebody else alisema that our infrastructure is being deliberately mismanaged. And that is true. Na mimi I realized that. And they do it so that they find an excuse ya kuprivatize. If these people wanted infrastructure yetu ikuwe first class, inaweza kuwa first class because Kenyans are very intelligent people. Mimi nimesikia watu hapa wakisema that kuna airport, I don't know if it's in Qatar ama iko Dubai, sijui ni wapi, one of those two countries. Kuna airports ambazo Kenyans ndio wako huko na wanafanya kazi nzuri sana na wamejaa huko, unashuka hivyo ukiongeleshwa Kiswahili. Kenyans ndio wamejaa huko and they are doing very good work. So in this country of ours, how comes watu wanashindwa kufanya kazi nzuri huku wanaenda kufanya kazi nzuri kwingine? It is because our leaders are corrupt na wao ndo wanaiba. Na because ako juu yako, there's nothing you can do about it. Or rather, tumejifunza as a nation that there's nothing we can do about it, but we can do something. Ukiona mtu anakuambia sijui iba hapa, mnamvamia, mnapangana. Kwa sababu hapa point tumefika. Within 3 years from now we will be like South Sudan. And I am not joking. Na mimi nilisema hivi, the first space niliwahi nilisema Ruto is not, okay, yes, tunaweza sema ni wazimu, but he's not doing this by mistake. He is doing this deliberately to destroy this nation. Ndivo apatie, this is what we call the global elites, access to this country. Now, Adani, kwa nini Adani wameletwa? Number one, access to this country through the air is very, very easy. Therefore, trafficking, human trafficking. Mimi nilishaanza kusema, kuna siku stima zilipotea, na tukasikia ambulance 6 zimekimbia Jkia. Na mimi to date, I still believe they were taking illegally harvested organs. Yani wewe ukikufa, wana make sure hapo umekufa hapo wametoa the vital organs that wanaweza enda kuuza kwa hospitali zingine, ili mtu ambaye anahitaji organ transplant atapata organ hapo. And they can even kill you. Nilisema hivi kwa space nyingine, wanaweza hata wakakuwa wewe umeenda surgery, wanaweza kupatia excess anesthesia, ukufe, watoe organ zako wauze, and there's nothing anybody can do because nobody actually knows what the hell happened, if it was an accident or not. Sasa 70 children are missing and nobody knows where those children are. Do you know the kind of global pandemic that we're dealing with of child trafficking, child sex trafficking? Children wanauzwa. I've spoken about this kwa nyingine, but I won't go deeper into it. Lakini if these people take over, na nimewaambia wana take over Kenya Airports Authority, which means they are taking over all the airports and all the airstrips in this country, mtakuwa mnauliwa hivi tu, mnakatakatwa, organs zinabebwa, and there's nothing you can do about it. Watoto watakuwa wanapotea kila kucha, kila asubuhi, kila jioni, and there's nothing you'll be able to do about it because even the government has no control about what is going out and what is coming in. Mimi, I was shocked to see something that ilikuwa 2019 na huko niliona the forest in Congo, ati yani ni forest lakini kuna airstrip. Niko najiuliza airstrip inafanya niko in a forest in Congo na the rest of the country is a mess, lakini kuna airstrip nzuri sana kwa forest, kumbe ni ya kuiba minerals. I did not know. I was so dumb. I had no idea that crap also happens in Kenya. Ati Masai Mara. Sijui ni wapi kwingine nilisikia. Magadi. Kuna airstrip ya kuiba minerals. Sisi tunaambiwa sijui soda ash, kumbe ni gold wanaendea huko. Now, it is not just about minerals. It is also about our lives. It is also about our children. So history atikupatia watu wengine airport. Mnaweza ambia mtu akuje asaidie kumanage airport, lakini ako under the jurisdiction of your government. But not a foreigner akuje apatiwe airport. Na tena ninasisitiza hii mismanagement. It is deliberate. So let us start making these people accountable. Hiyo pesa imeibiwa. How my MCAs, my MPs, nini? Mtu aendewe kwake. Wakohoe hiyo pesa. Kenyans, we have to do this by force. Mtu hiyo pesa kwenye alipeleka alete ama atoke aende. Tusimuone hii Kenya tena. Hizo pesa walete. We have engineers in this country. We have contractors in this country. We have to take our country back by force. Otherwise, tumeisha sisi. Watakuwa wanatuuza mzima na wameshaanza. 70 kids are missing. Where are those children? Nimemaliza.
Toria, are you on? Wanyama, unanisikia?
Binti. Yeah, I can hear you. Binti, are you here with us? Toria, we can't hear you.
Okay.
Binti. Binti Africa. Just a second, Victor. Binti, are you able to hear us? I want to find out if my co-hosts are here or wamefanyiwa ile kitu. Okay. Anyway, before I bring in the next speaker, I want to say this, and quote me if you want. If you don't, I don't know what else I can do for you. So as we have these conversations, I want us to have as well a proper understanding of who we are as a people. Because my fellow countrymen, I really want us to have a conversation about Kenya and the vices that we face every day. You see, I'm even sorry to use the word vices. Let me name it in Swahili as it should be. Maovu. Maovu. You know, when the world looks at us as a country, they see many things. Others see a beacon of hope in sports, resilience. I mean, in a people through human capital in all spheres of expertise, or even a beacon of corruption, because tumebobea hapo pia. The effects of toa kitu kidogo. Hii kitu, it has done harm to even the levels we cannot even imagine. You know, how did we get here? Is it even important for us to check how we got here? You know, me personally, I'm even convinced we know where we have always gone wrong. We know, and there's no need to tell Kenyans where we went wrong. They know, or we know. In fact, it is time for us to stop saying they. Let us start saying we, because we are in it as a people. You know, at Sauti ya Mwananchi, we had different discussions on pertinent issues that we as a people need to be honest about. We have spoken about tribalism, culture change, et al. Whatever you want to mention. We've had those places every day from Monday to Friday, morning and evening. Today, we are speaking about Adani and the problem it is for us today. The right question to me is not only how to kick Adani out. I mean, it is also how did the likes of Adani get the confidence to come to our doors and treat us like mongrels and crap? That is the right question. As well, as much as we're asking how we're going to kick them out. You know, the fact is, we brought Adani here. We did bring Adani here, and I say it is us because of the leaders we elected into office. And let us stop saying wale watu walipiga kura. Our involvement in our civic duty or lack of involvement in politics and governance has repercussions. Hiyo tukubali. It all has repercussions. You know, we had a prior space that we spoke about tribalism and how deep it is in our politics and governance. Our politics is wide, my people. The Kenyan politics is so wide, and our governance is even wider, and it encompasses both good and bad governance. All I'm trying to do is to keep you at par with the repercussions of our decisions as a people. You know, as a collective, we are doing very poorly, if that is even grammar, because I'm not sure you can put very in front of the other word. Today I'm Kenyan as Wafula, but tomorrow I will very quickly remind you first I am Bukusu, then Luya, then I'm Kenyan. That is the depth of our tribalism in politics. I hate Papa Aroma today. I will assure you of that. The moment you attack Luya and its own things, I then become first Bukusu, and Papa Aroma is an emblem of that. Have I achieved anything as him being a Speaker of Parliament? No. You know. Have I achieved anything by Musalia Mudavadi becoming the prime suspect? I mean, I almost said prime suspect, cabinet secretary. No, I haven't achieved anything. Has my mama and my people achieved anything? I don't think so. I know so, actually. But now we know we are wrong. It is time to stand up to our faults and say enough is enough. You know, it is time for us to show the evil in our society through people. You know, time for us to say, you know, enough is enough. It is time for us to show the evil in our society through people, youths that stand up and say, I want to change our homeland. Our national spirit should be great to the point that whenever you hear statements like homeland or death, we get goosebumps. That's where we need to get to. Morara is an opportunity for us to show them that us, the youth, are the majority and we are taking up our space. Kasmuel is our chance to say we can handle as much as you all this, as much as you think I am not enough, I can. And I will show you not in words, but in actions. Mabonga, hosting here spaces every day and running to demonstration. I'm sure he would have been here, but ako huko demonstrations. He's also a chance for us to say, through all means, we can get to the result that our people united can stand for something, you know. And my urge to you and us as a people is, dear youth, not Gen Z, not millennials, youth, let us not throw these opportunities to be on the table and be decision makers, because tutaendelea tu na hivi. Doctors wana shida, twende street. Walimu wana shida, Kenya Aviation Workers wana shida, twende street. Let us get to the table. Let us be decision makers. I keep saying, in politics and governance, the opportunity is not given, it is taken. Take it all up, my fellow Kenyans. Take it up. And do not be apologetic about it, because no one invited you to the table. Tuliamka tukasema tunataka. Because for the longest time, they have always thought the youth are not interested in politics. Look at us now. 400 almost plus. Now, every day come into these spaces. We get an average of about 1.5 minimum to 2,000 people attending the Sauti ya Mwananchi spaces. And we are strictly on governance issues. These are Kenyans who are interested in that. If not Kenyans, it's Africans. So today we speak again about Adani, but it is time we put names to the who the real culprits are. And nimependa vile watu wameanza kusema, who are these people? Is it the MPs on the procurement committees? Is it the names that we have seen trending here? People like Caleb Kositani, Murkomen, Jayesh Shaini and his father, Aaron Cheriot. Or if you have proof, go for them. All in all, we should be at a point where we are asking about individuals who are not nationalistic. These are the disease. The disease is people. If you've been looking at Uganda and Museveni, they decided to curb corruption and they decided to go for people. Wakasema ni sisi. Wenyewe walikaa chini and said ni sisi ndio corruption. Corruption is not a thing out there. You know, punish for their misbehavior, because it is not enough to just push corrupt leaders out of office. Tafadhalini. It is not enough. We need to punish corruption and breed new leaders. So if you are not taking this seriously and you think it is only about Twitter spaces, it is personal for every Kenyan that is hustling every day and nothing comes to their pocket. It is personal for every mother who sends their children to school thinking tomorrow is a better future, only for some pundits to mess up that system. I mean, it is personal for people who studied so hard and we meet them on this DL. Wanakwanga hapa na followers wadogo tu na watu walikuwa na wadharau. Wengine wako na mingi. These people have studied so hard and now being told to go overseas and become slaves. You know? It is personal for our brothers who get 500 shillings daily. Hustle. And they think it is heaven because of how hard life is. Na wanadharauliwa kufikiria wajaiona pesa mingi beyond that. They cannot get more than that. But they still keep on going with the spirit of hustle. As I yield, nikipea watu mic, my fellow youth, we might never make it in life. Vile ina stand out today. Kama uko hapa hivi in your mid, I mean, hata 40 and below, very few will even become millionaires. We will never, hiyo sahau. Kwa sababu vile watu wengine hapo wamekaa, kwani wanadhani only their children want to drive good cars and have palatial homes? Our kids also deserve it. Our brothers and sisters also deserve it. You know? So tuache kufikiria hii kitu ni far-fetched. It's not. It's us. And let us start owning up the problems and say, ni sisi. Tuache kusema hapa hivi, wale. If you've been following me, I told you. Me, I voted for Ruto and I had to vehemently apologize for that. Because, again, he's a master seller. Very big master seller. But is it time for us to go back to that? Hapana. Saizi ni time ya, what do? We know our problems. Msidanganywe Kenyans hawajui, wanajua. Binti, are you back?
Yes, I think so. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you now. Please, let's continue.
Okay, sawa. MMSQ. Hi, I can see your hand is up. Good morning. Actually, bad morning, really.
It's a very bad morning, Binti. Now, I just want to insist on what Wanyama has said. We as a country, there is nothing we are lacking. Let's not lie to you, we don't have the power to renovate and make Jkia be an airport of whatever standard we want. These people, they are looting through our eyes. Na vile insist previously, the Public-Private Partnership Act of 2021 is the devil. If you read before an act becomes a law, it's always a bill. And I just want to give you this as a lesson for you to be able to read any pending bill. The best way and the quickest way to understand this bill, watch I could read those sections from section to sections. There's this part of the bill in a Itwanga Memorandum of Reasons and Objectives. It summarizes the entire bill. Ukisoma this act when it was a bill then, they say that it wanted to enact Article 227 of the Constitution of Kenya. My dear Kenyans, I have gone to that article. There is nowhere in that article where there is a mentioning of public-private partnership. No, this is a vehicle to loot from us. There is nowhere. This is a vehicle to root from us through our eyes. And these people, they knew. Since Atusomi, since you don't care about what the bill is all about, they are using these bills to con from us. I've told you this Adani deal. It's not a deal out of non-existing legal system. It is in our laws, the Public-Private Partnership Act. They knew. Mimi mwenyewe nimejua hii act leo. I never knew there's an act ilikuwa exist naitwa namna hiyo. And even if you look at the person who introduced this act, Amos Kimunya. Who was Amos Kimunya then? The leader of majority of the ruling party by then, it was Jubilee. He was sometimes Minister of Transport. Like these people, they had planned for this theft. Anytime ya ku-execute nimepata Ruto, but this theft was planned. It was planned. It is there in the law. The Public-Private Partnership Act. We need to look into this act because if we don't, tuta lose a lot of our infrastructures. Mumeona saizi Adani wana carrying out the public development report about the power energy in this country. They want to take over the power energy. Very soon utasikia KPLC iko taken over. If you go to court to say this, they'll tell you there's an existing law. So my people, these people, they knew we don't read our laws and they are taking advantage of it. Let's go back to our laws. Let's understand, because to answer Wanyama, that is where the rain started beating us. They are passing the laws, hatujui inapita. Saizi umesikia kuna proposal ya the CDF funds wanataka ku-increase. And let me shock you, this is a leverage on this Adani deal. Ukiangalia, if you go back before this act was enacted, kulikuwa not called the Kenya Aviation Management Bill. It never saw the light. It was stopped by the parliament. Why? Because they wanted their CDF money to be released. Na wakajua tu ni hapo wanaweza finya this government. So let no one lies to you that these MPs don't know about this bill. They know. Na saizi ndio maana wameleta hii mambo na CDF. It is a leverage. And I'm telling you this, and you'll tell me, it is a leverage against the government. They're telling the government, we know kuna deal ya Adani na kuna pesa mingi umeanza kupata hapo hivyo. So if you don't give us our money through CDF or something, we are not going to give you that. They are going to pass it through our eyes. So as we continue this conversation, let's go to our laws. Let us know which laws zimetumika kutupinga and which laws zimetumika kutusupport, because totally our system has been rigged. The existing laws, they have no thing to do with our interests as the public. We as the people who gave these people power, our laws has nothing to do with our interests, because I've told you, if you read that act only once, the public participation has been mentioned. You can imagine. And we never knew about this. So the rain started beating us when we ignored the information. Let's go to our laws. Let us read our laws, because it is our laws that they're using to steal from us. And if we're not going to stop this act, our entire country will be sold, trust you me, because there's a legal framework for that. Nchi yetu yote itauzwa. So guys, let us sit down and reason. Nimona Buka. Buka, I think, is the national of the whatever for the Communist Party. For your information, the Communist Party is part and parcel of the Kenya Kwanza government. It is a coalition, part of the coalition of the Kenya Kwanza government. People like Buka should tell us what ni kitu gani mzuri waliona kwa hii government wakaijoin as a coalition, na ni kitu gani mbaya imefanya wameanza kuipinga as a coalition, because these people they had already bought the people's legitimacy. Sasa ni vitu zetu wanaiba. So ukiona KAA wakazi wana strike, guys, things are not good. And things are not going to be good. Let me promise you that. As long as these laws exist, things are not going to be good. So let us take it as our initiative. Kupinga kila kitu. Go through the laws. Go through those bills before the parliament. Understand them. And come and tell us we want this, we want this. Finance bill tulipinga kwa sababu we understood it. But for this Adani, do you know the legal framework behind it? Nimekuambia the specific people kuwafuata, Murkomen, Caleb, Kosita, very specific people, and the Solicitor General, because here, yenda your advice. You know the specific people. Why can't we tag them? Why can't we tag them? Because tumeuzwa. Na mtu ameongelea about organ transfer. Let me tell you one thing. There are two businesses that give people money. Drug business and organ transfer business. Maybe these people wamekula pesa wameshindwa kurepay. They are repaying with our lives. Who knows? Who knows that? Who knows if those children walikuwa repaid kulipa deni fulani? Who knows? No one knows. So guys, our country has been sold because of the greediness of few individuals that we know. It's not that you don't know them. We know them. So to talk bana, let us try to understand everything. I can talk so much right now because I'm angered, literally. Because Ikenya inakani kama mtu alisema wala tu andikanga ma novels. If you could write a story, it look like a fiction story bana, but it's a real story. Who knew stima itakuwa inapotea Kenya mzima asubuhi sijui saa ngapi? Who knew that? It sounds like a conspiracy theories bana, but they are happening. If we don't care, we are going to suffer. You're going to lose your brother, you're going to lose your mother, your father, you're going even to lose yourself because you didn't care. Let us care about our laws, because without these laws, these people are going to continue to kill us. The laws, my people, the laws, the laws, the laws, the laws. I've told you, Adani deal is legally backed up. Totally. Ukiangalia mambo na 30 years, it's under the law. It cannot take a contract for more than 30 years. Everything is backed up. Ukisema mambo na competitive bidding, no, this is another form of bidding. PIP is a form of bidding under that act. Where is the section that talks about public participation? Nowhere. Zero. Sasa wewe wakiamuka leo Elon Musk asema hii Kenya mzima anaona kuna shida na government, I want to buy the government. That act literally inampatia him power to buy this government, buying you because you didn't care about the law. And the system has fucked us. Mimi nilikuwa among the best students in this country. And I can tell you, nearly 99% of my friends when you to top the country during our year, they're out in America, in Canada, doing what? Walienda huko, then those countries, they knew these people, their top brains, wakawachukua. Those people, they are working there abroad. Any person can tell you this. Si ati hatuna, it's not that we're lacking anything, but the system has been fucked up. Tunaongelea constitution. We don't know that these people, they're taking use of this very same constitution to fuck us up. So we need to look into the laws. I can talk so much, Wanyama. Let me yield right now.
Sawa, asante sana MMS Choir. Hey, pole, MMS Choir. By the way, you're very right. This thing is backed up by laws. We went through this document a few days ago, and literally they've tried to find every loophole they can to make it sustain. But luckily, we have people like Faith Diambo who found ways. Article 10, 27, and 2. Is it 201? I think 201. That's the only way we're gonna get them. So guys, when we see our people out there in the field, let's support them in whatever way we can. Buka, I can see your hand is up again. Let's go to Buka, then Armani B, then Tombaya. Buka, hi. Buka, can you hear me? Okay, sawa. Let's go to Armani
Buka.
B and then Tombaya.
I'm a drop. I don't know what's up with you. Buka, you are supposed to, because Esquire asked some questions, so please come back if you can. In the meantime, before Buka comes back, Binti, go ahead.
Sawa. Armani B and then Tomboya. Okay. Armani B, if you're here, if you're not here, let's go to Tomboya then.
Yeah, thank you.
Well,
I
thank
think I
you.
dropped off.
Thank you. This is what I have to say. First of all, I just hope that now Buka will come after me, and I'm putting this clear. Speaking to a question or an accusation that was brought to Buka, that he is part of the Kenya Kwanza government through Communist Party of Kenya. I just want to remind us that during any formation of a coalition to support the government, it was a time when we were preparing to take our country forward through a new regime. That is what most of you Kenya did by voting in the same government. It is evident that some of the people and some of the parties. Yes.
Sorry
Yes.
to interject you. This is Wanyama. Yeah, sorry to interject you. Stop saying you Kenyan, say we. Tuanze kuchukua makosa yetu.
Thank
Sema
you.
we
Thank you.
Kenyan.
Thank you. Thank you.
We.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I take the correction. So it happened so because even we Kenyans, the 7.1 million who voted the Kenya Kwanza government, they had hope that probably the new regime will take us to the good direction. So we are currently complaining against it because we have seen that it is misleading us. That can be the same case with any other person or any other party that found themselves forming a coalition with such government. It is true that Buka has been vocal against this government, just the same way we Kenyans found that it is going in a wrong direction. It is also evident that he was arrested and mistreated by this rogue regime. So I want to share my opinion generally, and I hope you'll be able to come in to also inject. Kenyans, I really remind us, what if I ask a question? What if I can support that the Adani deal is good? If I'm going to do that, then I don't expect you to answer me. But whatever in your mind give me simply means that anybody who will come to this platform and support the Adani deal is a misplaced person that needs to be dropped because Kenya is ailing. In a nutshell, we are in agreement that there is something going wrong in this country. So most of us who find ourselves using these phones, being able to access internet, we already have the information. So in my opinion, delving too much on the nitty-gritties of these deals and many other things on this platform is not necessarily going to take us anywhere. What do I mean? This information has always been shared largely, but why don't we focus on action? Action means making sure that what we know, we take it down there to be accessible to those who are not able to access this these are on online platforms to get this information. How can we organize ourselves in boardrooms? How can we replicate what Morara is doing? That is action. That one will really give us easy time. Secondly, I am telling us that the colonizers came here and once we fought them and we were claiming our independence, which was not necessarily an independence, they were on a halftime, and their halftime was to re-strategize. Remember, initially they were in our offices running issues of our governance. So when they went to halftime, they re-strategized, and now they are coming through neo-colonialism, step by step, time by time. They are planning to come back to manage our offices and our system of governance, to even own our lands. It is time we need to get out and hold them by their head and face them directly. as I conclude, whatever has led us to where we are is, number one, having leaders who are greedy, those who have not been able to exercise the ghost of greediness. Number two, having leaders who are fearful, people who are fearful. Some may appear to be courageous, but the fact that they are fearful, they are being controlled by the foreign powers to sell our country. We need to have leaders who are fearless, leaders who are ready to protect the sovereignty of our country, leaders who are ready to serve the people. We have oligarchs, those who serve their own interest to the detriment of the Kenyan population and to the detriment of the African population. One thing that is failing us is what we call inferiority complex. Why must we believe that those people have brain to be able to conduct the management and governance affairs of our country? Why do we believe that our money is inferior? For us to develop this country, we must reject even those loans because we have the capacity. So as I conclude, yes, let us focus on action. And I believe protests can lead us here. But as we prepare to protest, let us engage Kenyans at the grassroots levels. I like, for example, what the likes of Buka and Caswell are doing, meeting people in their houses, meeting people in their communities at different estates to talk to people. The same thing is happening with Morara. Let us get to action. Personally, as I'm speaking, I'm doing the same, yes. But let us not continue complaining a lot here. Let us get to action. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tomboya. I won't even stop you. Buka, please go ahead. I think you had the questions that were there. Just respond. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. First, I want to respond to Matanga's mentioning that the Communist Party of Kenya is part of the Kenya Kwanza regime. And I would like to say that first, it is very humiliating when some people, a few people within the Communist Party of Kenya, decided to drag us in that journey of Kenya Kwanza. And that is an issue that personally I've challenged in court. And I have published an analysis on how joining Kenya Kwanza, led by Benedict Washira and Mwandawiro Mganga, was indeed, it was to sell the soul of the Kenyan working class, because the Communist Party of Kenya ought to be the vanguard of the Kenyan working class. We are the people who should be in the forefront in terms of defending the rights of the Kenyan workers, peasants, and the poor people. So it is unfortunate that the party had to split between the majority and the minority. So you will realize that at the moment, when we are reconsolidating the party, there is a small faction that is led by the former Ondani MP, which is in government, and there is the majority factions that I lead that is in opposition and also challenging the legality of the Communist Party of Kenya joining Kenya Kwanza Alliance without a national congress. The climax of this fight will be on the National Congress, which will take place on 14th, 15th, and 17th of November. And this will be the final blow to this revisionist, this opportunist that humiliated us. So what I will request from the Kenyan people, from the people that we've been talking to help us clarify this question. We cannot in any way justify why a Communist Party of Kenya is joining an outright right-wing imperialist outfit of Kenya Kwanza regime that are only puppets of the United States imperialism. In fact, we used to accuse President William Samoei Ruto, and this is what I've told my comrades before. I was telling Mwandawiro Mganga before that we used to suspect that William Samoei Ruto is an imperialist puppet, is a puppet of Joe Biden, is a dog of the West. But now we are not just suspecting, we have hard evidence to showcase that William Samoei Ruto is only working in the interest of foreign capital and not the national project Kenya. So even if those comrades made a mistake to join the Kenya Kwanza regime, it is time for them to realize that they made a mistake and return back to the party line and actually apologize to the Kenyan majority. On that score, we can accept them back. But if they continue staying in President William Samoei Ruto's government, even knowing clearly that today the Kenya Kwanza regime has conspired to actually sell one of our national assets to a very low time multinational called Adani. And that is why this space is going on to stop Adani. So there is nobody who has a reason now, not even a member of the Communist Party of Kenya. Even those who found themselves in Kenya Kwanza have no reason to stay there, because we have actually now confirmed beyond empirical, evidence that William Samoei Ruto led led a campaign based on deception. In fact, it was a long con for the Kenyan working class, and he managed to deceive the poorest people in this country to buy a false dream that indeed he can turn around the economy of this country. So that is the clarity around that issue. And if you look at um, the the comment section on the fake Adani deal space that is going on, I have actually published the analysis on these criminals that found themselves in the party that decided to drag us through this mud. You can read it, you can share it, and you can also advance the debate. The second point I wanted to make is that the people, there are some elements basically that supported Raila Amolo Odinga's team that actually were blackmailing Kenyans. That since you did not vote Raila Amolo Odinga, you have the right to suffer under the President William Samoei Ruto's regime, and we have no right to go to the street to demand accountability from a government you elected. And this is a twisted logic that I actually disagreed with. That in fact, the people who voted William Ruto should be even more angry at Kenya Kwanza regime more than those people who did not vote him. In fact, they should hold him accountable and ask him to, why he lied. Because if I had a date and I lied all through, and a lady falls genuinely in love with me and then realized that it was a con, I cannot condemn that lady for having taken, a position to actually expose the lies and even show that she currently hates me because she loved me out of deception. So the right logic is that when the government gets into office, it basically sold a manifesto, and that manifesto acts as a social contract between that government and the Kenyan people. We must therefore hold that government accountable. For those people who vote the government, they must ask President William Samoei Ruto, where are the jobs? Why are you using the police to harass Buka at the airport? Why are you using the police to abduct Bob Njagi? While you clearly told the Kenyan people that you will not politicize the police force, you will not politicize the police service. These are hard questions that President William Samoei Ruto, when they went for that tribal offensive in Nyanza and to mobilize people and tell them that, in fact, it was President William Samoei Ruto was returning us to the old Nyayo days, where he was going to tell us that, the Luo nation has been isolated for a long time. Now he has money to give Mbadi and something in the treasury, so we should all be shouting Ruto as the president. This is total nonsense. In fact, the Luo nation is not monolithic. We have the poor working class Luos, and we have the few Luo elites that continue to auction the Luo nation to any highest bidder. Even if you ask me, Gashagwa is not just a Kikuyu, but he represents the worst of the Kikuyu people that want to cut the deals, pretending to represent the interests of the Kikuyu people only to further his personal interest. And these people that are mobilizing tribally along these issues must be called out that they are only using tribalism to actually protect their self-interest and not the collective interest of the most important and urgent project, which is a national project. So it's important for me to give that clarification that President William Samoei Ruto indeed is overseeing an anti-people, dangerous policy anchored on a failed free enterprising agenda, mainly sponsored by the dominance class, particularly in the United States and the Western allies. Look at that Hustler Fund, for example. Did President William Samoei Ruto promoted Hustler Fund as one of the revolutionary initiatives that will indeed employ the Kenyan youth? Why are we having 67% of unemployed youth in this country? While Hustler Fund, which we criticized, that was anchored not even on law, but was anchored on a neoliberal project to try and reduce people to hawkers that they can borrow $5 to $10 to trade in the street to self-employ, while President William Samoei Ruto and his henchmen are looting government dry. Now what we know of Hustler Fund today is a project of corruption. People made billions of money out of it. This whole nonsense of Ruto telling us that we go to work abroad, for us, we think this is total nonsense. How do you fail to build industry at homes? Because what we've been asking President William Samoei Ruto, it's not to use the same recipe by negotiating with the opposition to cut deals over the dead bodies of the Kenyan people. This is not what we've been asking for. And this is not what Alex Masai died for in the street and many of our comrades that martyred. We have not been asking him to cut deals with the other side of the ruling class. And this also clearly should be able to help the Kenyan people understand that the enemy of the Kenyan people is just not, it is not just William Samoei Ruto, but it is a billionaire clique that produces nothing but are extremely wealthy. They are represented by William Samoei Ruto and all the political class. And these are the group of people that we must make sure that do not access political power. Because then when they access political power, they only use it to manage the Kenyan resources based on their interests. So indeed, this policy of brain drain, where we are sending doctors abroad to work, while we don't have doctors in our hospital. How many nurses have we lost to the UK, to the United States, to Canada, while our hospitals do not have nurses? So if you look at Ruto's policies, it's that he is actually fronting a policy that attacks the national project but advance the international capital project where the multinationals can make money. Even look at the AGOA program. We were part of the people that disagreed that the AGOA program is the AGOA project it started off under the George Bush administration and advanced all the way. But how is it possible to explain to the Kenyan people that you can introduce a tax bill that gives 10 years tax holidays for multinationals in economic processing zones? You suspend all the labor rights in in what they're calling the special economic zones, and then give subsidies on water and electricity to this multinational, while on the other hand, small businessmen that you think you want to promote, you introduce an overturned tax and then sell a lie. President William Samoei Ruto sells us a lie that is expanding the tax bracket. This is not a progressive tax regime. And what annoyed people on this IMF-backed finance bill, I just mentioned the last point. Yes. So what annoyed people on this IMF finance bill was that it actually sells a notion that Kenyans can be you tax where the people are and not where the money is. But not normally the money is with the people. The money is with a small minority of the billionaires. Why don't you tax them instead of giving them tax relief other than taxing the Kenyan people? Sorry, the co-host. I must have taken time. Bye-bye.
No. Bika, thank you. We appreciate your sentiments. That's not the issue. My only concern is that we have a very urgent situation at our hands today, and that is stopping Adani. #Stop Adani. Jomo Kenyatta right now is full of KA workers. It's full of citizens that are just there to support this cause, and I feel like we just need to refocus our energy more towards that. So I would like to, first of all, thank you for your sentiments. We appreciate it, and we'll hold plenty more spaces. Trust me, we're here every morning, every evening, but we'll just like to put a pin on that just for now, and then we'll explode that grenade afterwards. So first of all, before I carry on, Toria, I know you're about to leave, so just come give us your last sentiments. Please, #Stop Adani.
Well, thank you so much, Wanyama, once again, and Binti, all speakers, and everyone who you have sacrificed your time to attend and be with us. Keep injecting, pushing the #Stop Adani and #Sauti ya Mwananchi. Guys, I don't have much to say because we've been saying a lot about Adani thing and everything that is happening in our country. If you have eyes, you can see, you can understand what's happening in our country. Today, our main agenda was Stop Adani, and we reclaim our main entrance, that's our airport, Jkia, back. We won't allow foreigners to come and rule us and to take over the things or the property that our forefathers stood under, fought for, built it, and renovated it for one person to destroy it in just because of just some greediness. Okay, guys, I don't have much to say. I really appreciate. Let's keep pushing and let's support the hosts and the co-host and anyone. Together we can. All this, we need unity for us to move together and to change this country. Me, Sina Mingi, if you feel you can vie for any seat, just come forward. We will support you. We need to get rid of corruption, main things that are affecting our country in general. Me, Aki, I will leave you. I have a meeting to attend for 1 hour, then I'll be going to sleep for an hour because I have to go to work. Bye. Nawapenda nyi wote.
Sasa, thank you very much, Toria, for holding it down for us. When I wasn't here, you were here. When Nyama wasn't here, you were there as well, together with Mabonga. Guys, this is Sauti ya Mwananchi, hosted by he calls himself our favorite host, I think. I don't know if he's yours, but I don't know if he's mine. We're going to have to judge at some point. But hosted by Wanyama, co-hosting for you here. We are talking about stopping Adani. The time is 10 o'clock past... At 10 o'clock. Hey, Jesus, English. 10 minutes past 11 o'clock. That's East African time. And we want to support our brethren back in Jammu on the ground. So, whoever's coming on the mic, please, this is our agenda. Please use the tip jar number 0721776034 to support the data of our gracious host. This work, by the way, it's not easy. Let me not lie to you. It's very hard to stay keen and up to date with everything, listen to everybody, respond to everybody. So just support him. At least his data, his mind is fine. He'll rest at some point when we take Rita out. But for now, hashtag is Stop Adani. Make sure, Kwanzaa, I forgot my job. I was meant to be checking every speaker's TLs. When's the last tweet you made, and did it have the hashtag Stop Adani? Because whoever comes up next, just know that I'm coming to you. Wanjiro, I'd like to hear a lady, so you're up next. I hope you have a tweet on your TL. Hi, Wanjiro. Wanjiro, can you hear me? Wanyama, unasikia Wanjiro? Okay, Wanjiru, we neither of us can hear you, so just drop and then come back. I'll give you the mic straight away. So I'll go because I wanted to hear a lady. I'll go to Miss Oyule. Miss Oyule, I'm checking your TL. Do you have a tweet about hashtag Stop Adani?
Yes, I do.
Perfect.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So I wanted to contribute to the conversation and to say, first of all, I do not see, like, I see the relation between IMF and the Adani Group, and I know for sure, like, my heart has a deep conviction that the hand of IMF is behind this. And the reason why I say this is because when the IMF is present in a country, what they do when the country needs more funds is that they get the country to a state where you start being given policies and in the name of austerity measures. And if you remember, immediately after the finance bill, Ruto started talking about the budget cuts that go to education and all. And when you look at that, you realize that one of the neoliberal policies that always affect countries is privatization. Now, you look at Adani, you look at BlackRock, they are similar outfits, but in different ways. So I know for sure that IMF's hand is behind this. And so my question would be, or my contribution would be, I think for me, it's something to do with how can we ensure that we are not at the mercies of IMF? How can we ensure that we pay our debt? And I mean, Kenya, we have a lot of resources that are able to cater for us without getting into so much debt. Reference to Kibaki's government, we didn't have so much debt. In fact, then debt was going down. And so one of the things that I think is really important for us to do as Kenyans is to find out what does it take for us to clear our debt. The second thing, what does it take for us to be able to stay out of debt? And might be impossible to some extent, but I think there's a way we can get good debt and not debt that really brings us to our knees, like what IMF is doing to us. The second thing is that we need to understand that the political class, part of the political class was also very, very tired. So how can we lobby together with those MPs probably who are not really for Ruto and see how can this guy be impeached? Because Ruto will continue taking us down the drain. The third thing, I've heard the previous speaker talk about civic education at the grassroots level. I am a civic educator personally in different capacities. And you'll be shocked that people at the grassroots, they understand these processes. Now, the working class is the class that most of them, they do not care when the president brings in a new bill. Like, they just pay. Remember the housing whatever that came in, that's the time when the working class was supposed to arise and say, no, we won't accept for us to be put in such a position. But then again, the working class continued to just take it casually, and they accepted for the government to deduct the housing, whatever the housing deductions that the government needs to deduct. And so when you look at that, you realize that it's the working class that are very comfortable, that nothing matters to them. Now, when you come to the grassroots level, the poverty at the grassroots is what makes them to receive handouts. Now, when a politician comes and promises them something, again, what happens is when you promise me a position, I don't demand for a paper or something that shows indeed we had an agreement. So they end up being conned by these politicians, and the cycle continues over and over again because they are at the mercies of these handouts. So how do we also solve that? I think these are critical issues that we need to address for us to find a way forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to tap in onto that civic education section. You're very right. I feel like the complacency within the middle or / working class is very it's very telling, and that's probably one of the reasons why we're in these situations currently. Anyways, thank you very much, Miss Oyule. I would like to reach out to you actually. I'll send you a message probably, and we can just have a conversation behind the scenes. But thank you very much. Almani B, are you back? I don't know if you're here or not. Just give me a wave, or maybe you slept. Otherwise, I'll drop you from the speakers panel. If you are not here, let's hear from Anthony Omoro and then Musiala. Our mission today is #StopAdani. Please speak to us.
Asante sana host Wanyama, co-host Binti Afrika na wote ambao wanashiriki katika hii space ya leo. Kazi ambayo mnafanya ni nzuri sana na tunawaombea muzidi kushikilia hivyo hivyo. Sasa kwa mjadala wa leo #StopAdani, wote ambao wametangulia wameongea sana na kwa undani, wameongea kabisa. Ile ni ngumu sana kuzidisha mahali ambapo alipofika, lakini nitatilia mkazo sehemu mbili za mjadala huu wa leo. Juzi nilikuwa nimeuliza, nafikiri ilikuwa ni Binti Afrika, ya kwamba wale ambao waliwakilisha taifa la Kenya katika kunegotiate hizi deals na Adani ni nani na nani na nani, na alinielekeza katika page 444 ya feasibility report. Nilijitumbukiza pale ndani na nikaona kuna list ya watu ambao wametajwa kama stakeholders, na chini ya Kenya Airports Authority kulikuwa na jina za wangwana 12, nafikiria mabwana na pengine mabibi wakadhaa pia, na ningependa tu kusoma tu 3 za kwanza na 3 za mwisho, sababu ni muhimu kwa point ambao nataka kutoa. Kwanza pale juu kuna Caleb Kositanyi, namba 2 kuna Henry Ogoe, namba 3 kuna Sarah Kimani, alafu kuna engineer Walter Ogola, na nikiteremka chini ili nisichukue muda mrefu kuna Vincent Korir, kuna Samu Mchache na inaisha na Iltasayon Neepe. Hao ndio waliwakilisha Kenya Airports Authority, which is the client authority katika hii project. Na chini ya hiyo page kuna comments ambazo ziko attributed to the Kenya Airports Authority kwa hao watu 12 wa wote. Comment ile niliona pale ni ya kwamba interference ya operations when the runaway recarpeting is being done. Hiyo ndio concern ambayo Kenya Airports Authority imetoa pamoja na nyingine. Alafu kuna Kenya Civil Aviation Board pia wametoa concerns kama 1 ama 2 ambao ni ile landing systems, runway running systems. Sasa kwa hii project yote na hizo majina zote, kama kitu ya maana ambayo inatoka ni swali ya kuuliza, wakati mnafanya carpeting ya hii runway, operations zitakuwa affected. Unajua kwamba this was an incompetent team to look at the feasibility report. You actually need a technical group kuweza kudeal na swala kama hili. Isitoshe, kwa hawa watu 12 ambao wako listed katika hii feasibility report, ile utaalamu wao, the areas of specialization is not indicated, ni majina tupu. Tukirudi kwa upande ya PIP proposal, ningependa kuwajulisha na kudirect wote ambao wako katika hii space ya kwamba the Institute of Engineers of Kenya juzi wamechapisha a 12-page report, and this is a solid document ambayo tunaweza tukaiadopt kama taifa la Kenya, ya kwamba hizo maswala ambayo mwisho conclusion ya hiyo report ni ya kwamba hii Adani deal haiwezi kupita vile iko. Kwa hivyo kuna information mingi ambazo tuko nazo na lazima tuziunganishe, sababu kuna civic action ambayo inaendelea JKIA sasa, kuna legal action na kuna technical action kama hii response ya the Institute of Engineers of Kenya. Na wasihi nyote, wakati mnaongea juu ya PIP document na wakati mnaongea juu ya feasibility report, ya kwamba muunganishe na report ya Institution of Engineers of Kenya. It's detailed but it is readable. It's written in a simple language. Kuna graphs na kuna charts pale ambazo zinaonyesha kwamba njia ambayo hiyo PIP imeletwa haiko sawia hata kidogo na matakwa ya sisi kama Wakenya. Tuko na vyuo vikuu hapa ambazo zina train ma engineers, ma technicians na nyadhifa mbalimbali za utaalamu, na ingefaa zaidi ya kwamba hii project itufaidi kama Wakenya, sisi na watoto wetu, tuzidishe ujuzi ambayo tuko nayo. Kwa hivyo hiyo report mimi ningewasihi sana muangalie. Nikijaribu kumalizia, ningependa tu kusema ya kwamba kuna mmoja ambayo amechangia hapa kwa urefu na amejaribu kutuelezea kwamba PP Act ya 2021 is a signed deal, ya kwamba hii contract ya Adani hatuwezi tukaipeleka mahali popote. Ninatofautiana na yeye, sababu tuko na katiba. Katika katiba ya Kenya kuna PFMA Act, na hiyo PFMA Act iko overriding. Embedded in it is public participation. Ukitumbukiza taifa la Kenya kwa deal yoyote isiyo na public participation, inakuwa null and void ab initio, pale mwanzo. Kwa hivyo tusijaribu kufikiria kwamba hii kitu ambavyo imewekwa sababu ya PPA Act 2021 ya kwamba iko na komiti ya watu watatu na nini, ya kwamba hiyo sasa imemaliza hii deal. Solicitor General azidi Attorney General kwa nyadhifa. Kwa hivyo whatever wanakam nao katika hiyo komiti ya PPA Act, it can be overridden at the departmental level. Hiyo ndio mchango wangu ambao nilikuwa nataka kuweka leo, na nitazidi kusikiza ile mjadala na vile wengine watazidi kuchangia swala la leo. Asanteni sana.
Asante. Anthony, Mr. Anthony, before you leave, which document you said engineers report of what?
The Institute Engineers of Kenya report iko katika timeline ya Amenya, hata pia ameiflag katika timeline ya anaitwaje huyu Nelson Amenya.
Yes.
Ukienda pale utaona it's a 12-page report about the Institute of Engineers of Kenya. Wameangalia the PIP proposal ya Adani kwa undani kabisa. Wameangalia kwanza mwanzo mpaka mwisho, na wametoa comments zao na recommendations zao, na ilikuwa inatakikana shirika ama muungano ya wataalam kama ambayo hii ya institute ndio waweze kukagua hizi proposals zote za Adani. Lakini vile nilivyoeleza, kuna watu, nafikiri ni Kenya Airports Authority Board ndio iliangalia hiyo report, feasibility report na hii PIP report, na wakatoa tu swala moja tu ambayo ilikuwa inawasumbua kichwa, ya kwamba wakati runway inafanywa recarpeting, ndege zitakuwa zikishughulika namna gani. That is the only concern, and that is an incompetent board or list of persons ambazo imewakilisha Kenya. Na hata kama kutakuwa na swala ya kwenda kotini, it is enough basis to throw up this deal, sababu watu wale waliwakilisha Kenya, they slept on the job. They must take this on their individual and personal capacities. They cannot bind the free Republic of Kenya into such a criminal deal. Asante sana.
Thank you. Asante sana, Mr. Anthony. Always welcome to inject. So, Miss Wanjiru, I can see that you're back. Please, we are today stop Adani we're on a mission to stop Adani. So please speak to us. Alafu guys, don't forget, somebody's mic is on. Okay, thank you. Please don't forget to use the tip jar number 07217760034. Going to Mr. Wanyama, our gracious co-host. Hey, our gracious host. You see, I demoted you to co-host. Our gracious host right now. Miss Vanjur, please speak to us. We are on a mission to hashtag stop Adani today.
Hey, good morning. I think I'm now awake. Yeah, so thank you for hosting. Thank you for the mic, and thank you for everyone who's listening and everyone who's hashtag stop Adani. Let's continue retweeting it worldwide, and let's make sure our voices are heard. So on my point, I think I've been listening throughout the morning, and yeah, I maybe just ask a question on what was on Loot All. What was on Luto's mind when he was saying, "This is Africa, and Africa is our business." I think we should use it as our motto for the day. This is Africa, and Africa is our business. So as we are using it, let's counterpart on what he was arguing on. Africa is our business, and he is literally doing Africa being his own business, selling Africa to white people, selling Africa to Indians, selling Africa to the highest bidder, and taking the money to his pockets. So I think throughout the whole day, let's continue this hashtag. And if today, I'm just saying, if today they don't stop Adani Group, or they just don't come up with a press conference saying enough is enough, Kenyans, we have heard your voices. We should continue doing this until they say stop, like just as we did with the finance bill. But we have to make sure haitarudi nyuma ya tent, like the way they're also doing with the finance bill. We should make sure that we are standing on business. We should start on actual business. This is Africa, and Africa is our business. It's such sometimes I do ask myself, what is wrong with literally humans? Like, I would say maybe, for example, Kipchumba. How do you get contented with just having a little money on your pocket, getting yourself richer by selling a whole nation asset? How do you get contented by making sure the poor people continue being poor? Don't they have a little bit of empath? Are they not? Don't they have senses, or are they numb? Someone can be numb in such a way that they don't feel the pain of common wananchi. I would think, for example, if I would take an example before we got colonized, we had our chiefs who are getting small monies from the British people in expense of our lands. They are doing the same. They are just doing new colonization. We can't allow JKIA to go like that. We can't allow our nation to be sold to the highest bidder. It's 2024, guys. It's 2024. We can lead the whole feasibility report. We can lead the constitution. We have the rights. The only thing that it's lacking now, it's maybe I don't understand how the police people or these policemen, how in their right minds just go and disrupt a peaceful demonstration by beating people, by harassing, by intimidating. This culture of intimidation for peaceful protesters should stop. And this police, it's not like they even get a lot of money, maybe 300 euros a month. I mean, like, that's not even enough money for you to wake up in the morning to go and start beating peaceful protesters. Let's not get intimidated. Let's not get intimidated. Let's realize we are Kenyans, and this is Africa. This is our own business. We should protect it from this human being called Pluto. I can't just call him human being, because I just don't understand how he lacks the empath, how even Mama Rachel lacks empath as a woman. He'll be like, as a mother, blah, 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 shit. I don't understand how she lacks empath. We elected crooks. We elected thieves. We elected corrupt people. Murkomen the other day was flaunting, I have a watch worth, 900 Kenyan shilling. I had 1,000 Kenyan shilling. I'm like, fuck you. How can you even start flaunting, I have a belt of 50K? That's nonsense. And now we realize he got some money from this deal of Adani, because if Adani is not accepted in India, who are we as Kenyans, who are we as Africans to accept them? At least we could say we do it. We did accept some Chinese projects because at least it's a project that we can see there is the railway, even though the deal is however it went. But it's something we can see. But we can't trust people who have done nothing and they're being rejected in their own country for them to come back and say talk about us. You read that report. The risk, they are not willing to take any risk. They have had such a huge gap on tax holiday, 10 to 15 years tax holiday, and they're only releasing for 30 years. Kenyans tafadhali, let's just keep the fire burning, and if it's not today, it's tomorrow. If not tomorrow, the next day. Hii wiki lazima they step down. Hii wiki we keep the noise online. Let's keep the noise on the ground and make sure we are standing as one person. We have one voice, which is hashtag Stop Adani. And I also think it's also a very good time to also start the hashtag Ruto must go. I myself, I don't like that man. Not me. I think most of us don't like him, but I myself, I'm starting that hashtag again today. When I'm starting hashtag Stop Adani, I'm also going with hashtag Ruto must go because we are not allowing this to happen. I think even Uhuru would have done better, but it's not like he was even better. Anyway, may God rest in soul Mwai Kibaki. He was the only person we can only look at as a president of this nation. So I'll keep going throughout the whole day. I'm now awake and I hope you continue hosting for a long time. Wanyama might be coming back. Thank you.
Hi, Wanjiro, we might have bad news for you. I'm sorry. In the spirit of standing on business, we at Saiti Omananchi think that it's right to encourage people to just show up on the streets rather than stay here and listen to these spaces. We understand that you guys wanted us to get the live news and be the news outlet for the common Mwananchi, but what we can do is you just send whatever is happening out there to our DMs and we can put it out with the hashtag Saiti Mwananchi. However, if we stay here, let me tell you, we're going to stay here and speak the whole day and people will not leave their houses. So we will not be accepting new speakers for now. I can see one more speaker on the like request list, but after that, I've accepted you right now. But after that, we are not accepting any new speakers because, like I said, we want people to be standing on their business, like you yourself, Miss Wanjura said. So I will go to Musiala. Musiala, hi. Hashtag Stop Adani. When was your last tweet?
Good morning, everyone. My last tweet, I think it was minutes ago. Oh, I now see that we have another long way to go because this year this government hasn't done anything that is meaningful to the citizens. At the beginning of this year, we had some floods. We went to the strikes, to the doctor strike. We came back to the floods. We came back to we had El Nino. We had the doctor strikes. The doctor strike. We came to the finance bill. Then we came to the teacher strikes, and now we have again the airport, the Stop Adani. Now I've been trying to reflect on what this government has achieved so far in this year, and I can barely reflect on anything. It's just some fake promises and fake projects being launched here and there. Some being relaunched, some meaningless. You can imagine a president just moving around the country going to launch nothing and keeps lying to the people. I don't know. Then I'm even wondering if he retires because according to him, he is very much confident that he will win the next election. From his end, I'm sure that's what he believes. That's because from whatever he's trying to achieve is trying to win the people from every corner of the country, going to each corner of the country, lying to the people, launching some meaningless projects. No, I think it's just a plan for him to win the next election. Then, even if he wins, then he will rule for the 10 years, which I think is now his biggest dream. Then I'm here wondering, after retirement, where will he go and stay? Because he's here selling the airport. He's like 30 years, giving a contract to Adani for 30 years. Then he retires. By the end, that company, the 30 years will come to an end. He will not be existing. That is by fact, because even for me, in the next 30 years, I'll be in my 50s and 60s now. Like, for him, just going out to giving a national asset without even the public participation, just he moved to different countries, sign some contracts, then he tells the people, now you go to Kenya, no one will ask you on what to do. I think it's time for us now, we come out in full force and try to stop him and make him feel as in any way possible, the way we tried in the finance bill, though he went up and he even factored us even more, because we thought that from that he will be a changed man and maybe he will deliver in what he promised during his campaign. But for now, he went and he lied to us that he has fired some of the ministers, then brought them back, blah blah blah. Then he has reduced the cost, or he has reduced on his travels. Now I heard the other day that he will be flying to Germany very soon, which means that he has just resumed his normal duty of moving to different countries, signing contracts, and which we as the Kenyans don't even have an idea of what they are or what they entail. But we are no longer stupid as he might be thinking, or he thinks, or he was thinking. This time, I think it will be very hard for him to just go away, bring some things and implement them according to in his own wish or will. Now about the airport, the Adani deal. You know that some of if the Adani deal goes through, I don't think the people who are currently working there will be able to work there, because he will try to come up with new ideas, with new. He will have to come up with his own stuff or his new ideas, which a majority of the people will probably lose their jobs, because now everyone has his own way of working, and he will try to bring in some people who will work according to his ways or have understanding of his working. So I'm wondering, in 30 years, like, we have just some different people working in our country. That sounds a bit foolish. Now we just have to come out in large numbers, stop this man, and probably we are just 2 years away. 1 year.
Please land,
Probably.
please land, please land.
Pardon? We
Please
are
land
just
just 1 minute.
okay. What I'm saying is he has maybe he's left with some few times on his contract as a president. So we will have to do all the best and send him back home together with his clones of his workers and everyone that who thinks that they can do everything they want, and no one will ask them. Because recently when the airport's roof was leaking, the then CS, Mr. Kipchumba Murkomen, came out and said that the government has set aside a good number of money. I can't exactly remember the amount, but he said that the government has set aside a certain amount of money to build a new terminal for the airport and bringing new infrastructure and repair the necessary areas that could be repaired. Then a few months then he was fired. Now comes in Adani. I don't understand even this country, like it's just disappointing living in this country under this administration, because they are doing nothing. We are almost 4 years in and they have done nothing. Just for them, it's just time for them to go home and stay with their families, or go to the countries where they're investing the money that they are stealing from us, and stay there. We don't even need them in this country. They just go there and perish from there. Thank you for the time, and let's keep the movement going, and probably I know God one day he will hear us, and maybe we will be freed from this man. Thank you.
Thank you, Musiala, for your sentiments. Guys,
May,
I'm good.
may I go ahead, please?
Yes, you have 2 minutes because we'd like to close the space. We want to encourage people to hit the streets. So, Brian, please go ahead. 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. Guys, today I want to talk to you about how the Kenyan voters are very stupid. Yeah? First, you people, you re-elected Uhuru for a second term.
Are you
When
Kenyan,
Uhuru
Brian?
promised laptop.
Brian, are you Kenyan?
Yes? Yeah?
Are you Kenyan?
Yeah, I'm Kenyan.
So you say us voters are very stupid instead of you.
I'm saying us, Kenyans.
Sawa, endelea.
I'm saying us Kenyans, we are very stupid. Why? We voted for Uhuru for a second term when Uhuru had promised us laptops and he delivered nothing. That is Uhuru and Ruto. We voted for Uhuru for a second term, Uhuru and Ruto. They promised us Stadia, they never delivered. SGR theft, we still voted in Uhuru and Ruto, and yet we know very well SGR was theft, daylight robbery. Eurobond, we were told money was diverted to private accounts. We still loved these guys and voted for them. When we talk about NYS 1 and 2, we still rewarded Uhuru and Ruto with power. Now we are at Jkia. We have Ruto and Gachagua. We have the cooking oil scandal. We have Ruto and Gachagua. We have the fake fertilizer. We have Ruto and Gachagua. The sad thing is that Kenyans, we are seeing now that we are trying to make Gachagua look like a saint in all these things. And soon and very soon, we'll be rewarding Gachagua with power, because there is part of the problem that we are having. So most Kenyans will reward corruption with power. That is where our problems start. If we have to look at ourselves in the mirror, we need to start digging deeper. Where did the rain start beating us? The minute we started electing corrupt officials is the day rain started beating us thoroughly. Because you people in 2022, some of us, we said that set a thief to catch a thief. Yeah. Currently, Jkia is gone. Let me not lie to you guys. Jkia is gone. And we need to personalize these issues. These corrupt people, corruption should be personalized, because I know many people are unemployed. Some of us are really struggling in life, yeah? But when the day for election comes, tunapigia hawa wezi kura. In fact, tunashangilia their 100 shillings. We jump up and down and we call them very beautiful names, that they are the messiah of our time. But yet, these are the people we are still complaining that they are ruining our lives. So we need to dig our souls deeper. Now you see Gachagua is coming out as a saint. But people are not questioning the tough questions. How did Gachagua manage to buy the hotel that he bought in Nyeri, Treetop Hotel? It's worth billions. But how did he buy it so fast?
Now people are selling him as a saint. Gachagua is the truthful man. When 2027 election will come, some wise Kenyans, in quotes, will vote in Gachagua because he is a truthful man and will not question the source of his wealth. So Kenyans, the problem starts with us and it ends with us. The day we will start holding these people who sign contracts responsible for their action, we meet them and we claim them seriously, these people will feel even signing this contract. We cannot reach Ruto. But any officer who signs contract that is going to affect the lives of Kenyan, ukikutana naye kwa street, that person needs a serious beating. Yeah? Imagine losing 3 billion every day. How many youths or how many companies can be set up using 3 plants? Imagine 3 billion can employ up to 4,000 Kenyans. So imagine every day 4,000 Kenyans are not getting a job because somebody somewhere and a clique of very corrupt individuals are putting this money into their pockets. We need to start personalizing the war on corruption. We need to be very angry. We need to, it should be like somebody has come to your home and has robbed you of your treasure. That is the pain we should start feeling when these people steal from the public. When you go to the counties, Kenyans, let's not just look at the national government alone. There is theft in the counties. But again, we will still reward these people because they will give us 100 shillings during election and we will sing Hallelujah and Hosanna to them because they are the saint from heaven that God has sent. Ruto campaigned here as the saint that he was. But now look at Ruto. Imagine, I don't want to blame Ruto alone on this. I'm sorry, guys, but I'll have to tell you, Uhuru and Ruto are the cause of what we are going through. People don't want to say it. Imagine Kenyans are playing outside in another foreign land because we don't have a stadium. Yeah?
Please land.
Because somebody somewhere stole our money that was meant for stadium. Let's be angry. Hatujakasirika. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Brian. And I want to keep that energy going. Hashtag stop Adani. That's our mission today. That's our goal today. That's our talk today. So if you're coming on this speaker, I want to hear hashtag stop Adani. GK Simba, I saw your hand up. Please go ahead.
Hi everyone. Hashtag stop Adani is the way to go. My point here is on civic education and the political responsibility that would come with it. First of all, everybody should know kwamba airport yetu inauzwa. There's nothing like 30 years. There's nothing like any other thing like of that kind. So let us push it. Let us push Adani out of Kenya. My fear is for my future generation, my children and their grandchildren. In case this deal goes through, how safe are our kids going to school and coming back home safely? How sure are we that our patients would not be killed in hospitals and their organs being trafficked to other countries? We need really to go against this because this is for our future. How sure are we that our mineral reserves would be protected when anything can leave our airports without being monitored? How many terrorists would come to our country? We don't have any country here with this day. And the second part is the political responsibility, the incompetence kind of governance you're seeing from the Kenya Kwanza regime. For example, whatever happened in Nyeri the other day, nobody is showing any form of compassion. Nobody is bothered. The same way, just like Brian said, where did the rain start beating us? The rain started beating us immediately after the 2013 elections, and I'll run to 2022, whereby the regime came in on a revenge mission. They didn't have a plan. They didn't have anything that they were gonna do. They were avenging against Uhuru Kenyatta and co. That's why it took like 6 months before government started running. What were they doing? They were cooking dirty deals and stealing money. But still on the political responsibilities, that my question is, what if Ruto was in the opposition and all these things that have been happening since June are happening? Don't you think Ruto would be everywhere in the country campaigning for a new government? Can't the political class in the opposition and the minority take charge and be with Kenyans? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, JK Simba, for keeping it short and sweet and on topic as well. I'm not even gonna talk in between because I really like to close this space so we can encourage people to, like I said, hit the streets. So Paul Mwani, hi. Paul Mwani, I can see your hand is up. Please speak to us. Okay, sawa. Hannah, hi.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Just 2 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you. I was looking at the cross-border contract with Adani and Kenyan KAA, and when there are two parties, they have to look at the risks and the challenges when these things happen. So they have to look at the dispute issue, they have to look at the current payment, which amount of money, which in dollars, in euros, and all that. The cultural languages differences, the regulatory approved, obtained, the force majeure, that is when things like suspension and termination of the contract in case there is an outburst of people going to the streets and all that, of which they have put in that the Kenyan people are going to pay instead of suspension and termination of contract. So the contractual terms and the insurance part, they have not indicated if they are going to take insurance. But one thing they did not envisage in that contract is the New York Convention Regulatory Award. This is an agreement which 160 countries signed in, of which I think the lawyers, before I used to say that they could take this to the London court, but I believe, looking at the contract, I found that the Indian country, because the Adani is in India, is normally based in India, and Kenya can actually, they are actually in the New York Convention Award. This is to mean that in case there is a dispute, one country, of which where the country, the business is in, we can go to the judge, and the judge of the country, that is Kenya, can make a decision out of it. So in my opinion, if I'm not wrong with the lawyers who are here, they can actually tell us if it, the New York Convention award can come into Kenyan judge. The judge of Kenya, the judgment that will come out from Kenya will be final. And according to what we know about the people who signed the contract and the contract itself, it is not making sense for the people of Kenya, because everything that has to be for the people of Kenya, and even if the person B, that is the Adani deal, must be looking for their own profit, that is what they have put in that contract is more than what is supposed to be given to them. The 30 years, that one can be justifiable if they have objectives that they are supposed to reach, and they will have to have put that in the contract, which it is not the objective, because the objective for me in that contract is they will take the whole airports, the airports, all the airports in the country for 30 years, and they will not have any person to come, and so they will monopolize. But what are they giving back to the Kenyan people, of which that is not what was indicated in that 20-30 year goal. So another thing that is making me angry is the Atwoli. Atwoli is a member, is the head of the chair of all the association of laborers, and he only comes out when things are going down. I think we should, Kenyans as people, from teachers and all the peoples of walk of life, they should go back to Atwoli's office at the end of time. I think it's the end of time for him, and we have to get him out. Put a young person with a year, 10 years term limit, because he is there for quite a long time. He does not know when these things are signed. Right now, I saw him say that he he tried to call Kipchumba Murkomen, and Kipchumba Murkomen is not talking. He's not in that docket anymore. So as you can see, if he's not in that docket, he will not take the call, because the dossier has been given to another person, and the other person will say, I was not around when this thing was being signed. So you see, he is not up to date. We need a Chepukazi thing, somebody who will move these documents. I mean, these contracts, they should be signed with the idea of Kenyans working. There is a percentage, even those people who are outside the country, they know. Those who, when they invite you, or when you go to these countries, they have already calculated the number of people that are going to work in that docket as their people. That means the low people, the people who have not gone to school in their country can take this. They already know the number of people. So if you come in, they'll say, okay, we will need like 5 people here or 2 people here, and you have to have their national ID card so that you can be there. So you see, this is something that even can be calculated, and that is the docket of Atwoli. Atwoli should have known how many people are going to be affected in this Adani deal, how many people are going to be affected in teachers deal. He is supposed to be somebody of a caliber, but now Atwoli is not around, and Atwoli has grown old like Baba, and Atwoli is now fat, and a fat mind cannot move around. So I'm very sorry to say that. Another thing is the tech people. Please, anyone, or not even tech. Yes, tech and lawyers. Please, if you can put a website, if you can create a website where you can banalize. I mean, banalize, that means you can just let it go, or you can even make it pay a shilling or 2 shilling or 5 shilling. You make sure that there are contracts that people can download in that web, so that we can banalize, we can make it easy for people to sign contracts. Seriously, even if people can pay 5 shillings per contract, 5 shillings per contract. Imagine how many we are. We are 55 million. 55 million, if people understand the meaning of a contract and make people sign contracts on their own phone, and pay only a 5 shilling. That is amount. You are a millionaire right now. I'm telling you are a millionaire. Because if we just adapt this culture of people signing contracts before undertaking any illegal or legal business, seriously, tutaenda mbali. We already will have millionaires around. So this is going to appeal to anyone, those who are in tech, those who are in law, collaborate. So that even if you're making it to be a law LSK versus tech thing, 50-50, do it. And make sure that people don't pay much. Isipitishe shilingi 10, because shilingi 10 ni mingi. Hata mnataka pesa, wanna download, they sign, they take it, and hii inakuwa ni document official, because it can be, it has a reference number, or it's just some. Make sure pesa iko Kenya, ni only hatufikiri kuitoa, na kuitoa very rahisi. Anyway, let me leave it to that. And the lawyers, please look at the New York Convention Award. There are 160 countries in it. Work on it, and thank you very much.
Sawa. Thank you very much, Hannah. I want to avoid replying too much in between, just because I really want to shut this space down in the next 30 minutes or so. So I'll just go to our next speakers. Let me just double check. Paul Mwani, are you back?
Yes.
Okay. Please speak to us.
Yes.
Please speak to us. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. What? 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Our mission today is hashtag Stop Adani.
Yeah, hashtag Stop Adani. What I wanted to say, this deal of Adani, it is not a good deal in the first place, because number one, employees are going to lose their jobs. Number two, they are going to take some few people to be employed at KA. Number three, Adani is going to bring his own people to be employed in Kenya. So the best way we can do is just to reject Adani deal. Secondly, we see this government, it is so corrupt government. From president to the ministers to the principal secretaries, everyone is corrupt up to the county government. So the only way we can redeem this country is just to vote out President Ruto and his cabinet, Kachagwa. They must go out. That's only the best way to redeem this country in 2027. For meanwhile, Kenyan must wake up, occupy KIA so that we can redeem this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I hate hearing myself.
Oh, I hate hearing
Money,
myself.
please mute your mic.
Oh, Money, please mute your mic. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, you're right.
Yes, you're right.
Hey, Bonana, just okay. Thank you very much. You even confused me. What was I saying? Oh yes, sorry. Occupy JKIA, guys. Today we are stopping Adani. We cannot let this thing go through. So, Mwangi, I can see your hand is up. Please, 2 minutes. Speak to us. Then we'll finish up as we go along. And after my last request here, Simon, I will not be accepting anymore. So don't request. Please don't request. Mwangi, hi. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hope you can hear me properly.
Yes, I can.
So, what I wanted to say in the 2 minutes that I have is, as much as we're saying occupy JKA and the fake Adani deal. So, just to summarize everything that I'm 100% sure everybody has gone through the contract details. So I don't have to regurgitate that particular part of the information. So there's what, but we all have to remember anything that is shrouded in secrecy, they have something to hide. Remember that. I don't know how to explain that better other than saying that. How to get it.
Yep, but you know what? The truth always comes to light at some point, so we just have to keep pushing on. But yes, I agree with you. Thank you very much, Mwangi. Chris, with the Kenyan flag, like Kenyan map, are you still here?
Yes, I'm still here.
Please go ahead, 2 minutes.
Okay, first of all, I'll say stop Adani. But I believe this thing was planned earlier, because if you see the PPE, the private partnership bill or act was came through to Parliament with Amos Kimunya. So I believe Uhuru had this in mind, but it's just that time was not on his side. On Ruto, this is what I'll say, and I even tweeted something yesterday. I had a post. I believe Ruto knew this will happen. I believe Ruto planned for this. I believe Adani are just a proxy. I believe JKA is being sold, or JKA is being leased under the disguise of the Adani group, so that Ruto can take control. And if you remember, I was in certain space, somebody said, before Titus Naikuni became the MD of KIA, there was a British guy. JKA was making good profits. And I believe JKA has never made a loss in the last 10 years. But we always use that narrative of
Naikuni never made profits. Naikuni never made losses. That's a lie.
I'm not saying Naikuni. I'm not saying Naikuni. I said before Naikuni there is a British guy who made profits with Kenya Airways. But for me, I believe Kenya Airways has not been making losses. JKA has not been making losses. We always receive those reports, but if you hear from people who work there, JKA makes profit every year. But because somebody wants to loot money, they lie to us that we have bailed JKA with 2 billion, but nobody really gives us a breakdown of how that money has been used. But the following year will also, another financial year comes, we hear we have bailed JKA with 2 billion.
We're refunding Jkia. It looks like an expensive Kenyan project, and that is why we need to get rid of it. That is the narrative.
So are we having a conversation, or am I putting out my points?
Chris, go ahead. Sorry, I apologize for that.
Chris, just go ahead. I don't know if you can hear me, but just go ahead. Mwangi, just let him finish. Then if you want to rebuttal afterwards, then you'll have your chance. Hey, is Chris speaking?
Am I being heard? Am I audible?
Okay, I can hear you now. Before I couldn't hear you, but sorry, carry on.
So I was saying, we have already given them the power. They have a power deal now. They are finishing the Adani deal with the JKA. I believe maybe it may not go through, but if you see the contract, one, they'll name JKA to Adani Holdings. Two, I also believe Ruto is so much interested with the land that JKA own, around 30 acres around. When you come to Great Wall, Syokimau, there's a big chunk of land there. Because for if Rwanda can build a new airport with 1.3 billion US dollars, we have Konda City, we have Tatu City. Why don't Ruto give them a land there so that they can build their own airport, run it so that we can see if they can bring that profit. Leave JKA and our airports alone. Why is Ruto so interested in bringing new things?
Hey, Chris, I think you've gone again. It's just me.
Chris is having network issues. I think the government is working against him.
Yeah, Chris, I can't hear you. I don't think anybody can hear you, so I'll just leave you on there for now.
Okay, it's okay, no problem. Somebody else can go ahead.
Okay, we can hear you now. We can hear you now. Just land, please, 30 seconds. Okay, now we can't hear you. I don't know what's happening. Chris, I'm sorry. Maybe just drop and then come back for like 30 seconds. But Femi Bad, let's go to you now. Huh?
Femi Bad and delay. I hope you can hear us better.
Yeah, Femi Bad.
Yes, I can hear you. You know, Kenyans, we are looking at this deal in a very black and white way. Can we go back to Jirongo's story during the Ruto campaign when he talked about the deal they had with the T-shirt? That they supplied the T-shirt and the next thing, every other T-shirt came out the next door. Could this deal be the same thing, that he knew Kenyans, or the person who made this deal is using the same tactics? He knew very well the deal was not going to go through, but he decided to take the money. And we Kenyans, we are being used to defend the country and on their behalf, and for them to benefit from the deal. Why aren't we looking at it this way? Is it not high time that Kenyans want people of such people? Is it not high time we question the people who were involved in the deal making? Can we look at their history before the deal, and then we can be able to tell what is really happening? Yes, we are fighting for a country, but are we used while others gained through this? And if that's the case, should we not force them to return every single cent they took from the deal?
Yeah, thank you very much, Famibad. And if you guys want the names of whoever was involved in this whatever in this deal, I think we had, was it Anthony? Yes, I think I'd spoken to him about it. That page 444 of the feasible reports thing that's in the Google Drive by Wanyama on the Jumbotron. It's gonna give you the list of who attended those meetings from KAA, KCAA, from the Adani side, so you can actually be able to look at what they were about before this deal started happening. So I will go
And
to yes.
let me uh, and if we look at their investment and what they surrendered as their what do you call this? You check and see the bank balance before the deal and the bank balance after the deal. It changed really a lot. You cannot tell me that someone. I'll give an example of the then CS Ministry of that is Mukurmin. Do you want to tell me the money he's frozen and he's doing all that he acquired through his payment through the government system? It means he acquired a lot more money than what he had. And that is why he has been shuffled to another ministry. And we Kenyans, we just sat quiet and accepted him in the next ministry. Already tired of banning the phone thieves, and yet the political thieves are just there, just enjoying it. Is it high time we also demand accountability from LSK? We want to see the people who were involved in this deal, either in Angata or Shimolatewa. That is the only thing we should be demanding immediately after this. It's high time LSK works for us because they are paid through our taxes. It's high time we start asking for accountabilities from the organs that are supported by the government, because those organs, we support them through our taxes.
Yes, you're right. And the thing is, as I think as of now, we're asking for accountability from every area of the country. It doesn't matter whether it's through the lawyers, whether it's through the people that are actually in those meetings, doesn't matter. We want transparency and accountability all around, all across the board. Thomas Sankara, I'm very sorry for the long wait. Please speak to us. Hashtag stop Adani. And by the way, guys, I want this space to be about supporting people that are actually on the ground, which is why I want to close it, because as long as we're going to be here in this conversational section, we're not really like paying attention to what's happening on the ground. So, Thomas Sankara, hi. Thomas Sankara, can you hear me?
Hi, guys.
Hi, you sound very far. Please come closer to the mic, or if you're using headsets or headphones, just take them off.
Adani, stop Adani. Okay, my take is this. I've been saying for a very long time that you guys, we are fighting the dog, and we are not fighting the owner of the dog. Right from the beginning, I smelled that Adani is just a shell. It is a British Empire shell, a shell hidden in India, but the owners are the first family in England. So if we don't do the right civic education, if you kill someone's dog, yeah, you're getting me. I hope you guys are listening.
We can hear you, Thomas.
If I have a dog and I have sent this dog to bite you, and you kill the dog, I will just replace the dog. And that is what this democracy is doing to us in Africa. Right now we are fighting Adani. And have you checked the clauses? They already signed protection. In fact, today they'll be compensated. Any court proceedings, any parliamentary proceedings that disrupts their operations, the Kenyan government is supposed to compensate them. I think the solution I agree with Oyule. There's a madam who had talked earlier. I think it's Ms. Oyule. Kenya is not yet independent. We are still a colony of the Anglo-American Empire. And until we will learn that, today we will fight Ruto. They just remove him and bring another puppet. That's what democracy does. They can hold on even for 10 years. If you come hard on them like Kibaki did, they can be patient and bring in another puppet who waters down, who reverts to the old system. So we should do civic education, but let us know that Ruto is just a puppet of the Anglo-American Empire. We have Tata Chemicals. Adani and Tata Chemicals, there's no difference. Tata Chemicals is a company that owns Magadi Soda. Registered in India, but it's a shell. We know those minerals are going to Britain direct. In fact, they have a direct rail from Magadi to the port. So my take is, it will be difficult, but our civic education should be centered towards the real enemy. And the real enemies are the ones who are installing these puppets in African countries so that they can have a leeway with our minerals and anything else that they can put their hands on. So keep that in mind. Already today, because even if we stop Adani, they already signed a disclaimer that an agreement that any disruptions will incur a penalty. How will we stop the Kenyan government from paying?
Thomas,
we don't have control.
That is law
Yes.
of contracts. So, you know, every time you sign into a commitment, you have to pay, whether or not you are going to. We are aware of the fact. I think the conversation is not different from that. We are aware of the fact that they have to pay. Not just for them. So, but the fact is, and the fact remains, we don't have to pay for 30 years. We can let them go quickly. And we can.
Yes, I support you. It's right, I get you. But my point is, let us
just a second.
target our...
Just a second,
yes?
Thomas.
Okay.
This is Wanyama.
Okay.
Yebo.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Wanyama.
We don't do that here. Just practice turn taking. Let the person pass their message, because now you'll be interrupting them and they lose their flow of thought for most of the speakers. So if you have something to say or to battle for them, just allow them to finish. Because this is like the third time you're doing it. So kindly, let's respect other speakers and practice turn taking as we even finish up on this space. Thomas, go ahead.
Thanks, Wanyama. So my point is, Adani must be stopped, but let us target our guns at the real enemy. And the real enemy are the people who are installing puppets in African countries. And the real enemies are the people who are, right now, they are siphoning our minerals through these conservancies, through like the Tata Chemicals is mining minerals in Magadi. They are sitting on a land bigger than Nairobi, mining, not paying any taxes, cutting away our minerals. It's bigger. In fact, Adani is just a drop in the ocean of what we are losing. And if we find a way of targeting our guns at the real enemy, we will achieve. But if we keep throwing the stones at his dogs, they will always replace the dogs. I think we need a bigger space. I think what we can do, we can re-strategize, yeah? Why don't we have people handling we don't have leaders, let's not have leaders, but let's have people handling different sectors. Somebody like the people who have done research about Adani, I must congratulate them. Then let's have another person doing minerals like Kimani does, and let's take it serious. Let's see how we can recapture, how we can get real independence. This system has been rigged from the start. It was rigged from Kenyatta's era to fail. Let us reclaim our country. I think I have a lot to say, but let me leave it for another speaker. But let's train our guns at the real enemy. And that's the only way we will win. We will surely win, completely win this war. But if we fight the puppet, they will always change the puppet. Look at Tanzania. Suluhu came and reversed everything Magufuli had done. But if it is in our vein, if every Kenyan knows that this is our real enemy, and every Kenyan is aware that we are losing this and this and this, then it will be easier. We will win forever. Let me stop at that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Thomas. Thank you for your sentiments. I want to go to Chris so you guys can finish together with Mwangi, and then we can have the last two speakers of this space. And Chris, just 1 minute to finish what you were saying earlier, because I think we lost you with the connection.
Yeah, I was saying, I support what the previous speaker has said. We face the real enemy, but now the problem is they are embedded in us. We must fight the puppet who is here, so that they can know. And we also have that civic education so that we can teach ourselves. Because yes, I didn't vote for Rotu, but Raila was no option also either. So we teach ourselves. We must interrogate somebody. For now, Marara is out there campaigning in a way that is exposing the government projects. But we must also do a background check so that we shouldn't come up with another saint. Then when he reaches there, inakuwa ni saint mwenye alivaa ngozi ni simba alivaa ngozi ya kondoo. So to me, I believe, and I strongly believe, the Adani deal was pre-planned early. Ruto knows what is going on. Ruto set out those clauses because, let me ask you, who goes ahead and signs a deal that in case there's court interruptions, this is what it will happen. I am foreseeing there will be maandamano. This is what will happen. They knew what was going on. They planned for it. Ruto is part and parcel of this. Na walisha kula hiyo pesa na hiyo ndio inawasumbua. Or else yeye ameweka Adani kama proxy na Ruto pia ako na share yake kwa hiyo kampuni, because initially there is information.
Hiya, Chris. Where you and your network connection? I don't know what's going on, but maybe try. We're going to open another space, of course, later on. So feel free to come into that one and see if you're able to just contribute better to that with your. Seeing as your connection is
No
going
issues.
down.
No issues.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so Mwangi, do you have any last sentiments before we get to our last speaker?
So for my last sentiment, I think everybody has spoken very wise words in terms of retrospecting and not, we look for the source of the problem and not try to attack it at a very face value kind of situation. Do your research with Adani, do your research with everything before you just throw the mouth out there. And I have had briefs, I've had a lot of people who have given very valuable information, some of which I didn't even know before this. So to that, thank you. And I'm sure we'll have a longer discussion later.
Sawa, asante sana. Diego, sema. 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, I'm going to keep it actually short. For me, I'm actually going to commend the people on the ground right now and urge them to just continue with what they're doing and not relent. Just sit, don't act rowdy, because it's going to give police a reason to attack. Help each other with food, water, be there for each other, and do not stop. Do not leave that airport, because right now we have them by the walls in a perfect standstill. The only thing that I hope is that people don't go back home after being given fake promises, because there's a lot of situations that can happen right now. They can bring fake people that they've paid to start acting rowdy and all this, and the police are going to start shooting. So if you're in the airport, stay in one sector, just sit the fuck down, do not move around, and relax. Camp, help each other, a move like that. Whatever Thomas said is very true, but I don't want to get into that. Please help each other. Remember, this is our country, okay? And a lot of us are not back home, and I wish I was to be there. I really do. So again, remember to help each other. Sit in one place. I would suggest where the departures are going or where the people are coming in, but do not move around and do not destroy public property. Do not give these people reasons to attack, because that's what they want right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Diego. I appreciate the sentiments. So we are there protesting peacefully. If you do not know what's happening and you just somehow tuned into this space right now, today is hashtag Stop Adani Day. So we are trying to stop this. Hey, I don't even know how to describe it. Like this stupidly, just this deal from happening, because it's very it really goes against our constitution. It goes against everything that I feel that us as Kenyan citizens stand for. It goes against our rights. It really, whoever thought about it and accepted and agreed to formulate a deal like this, as long as they're a Kenyan citizen, Missy Joy about you, by the way. I don't know about you, because there's no way you can have read those terms and thought, yes, this is great for my people. You should not be in power if you agree to that deal. We have people on the ground. We have KAA members of staff that were already there. They started at before midnight. Before midnight hit today, they were already there. And we've had other people going in to support them. And really, it's our right as citizens to peacefully protest. So don't let anybody tell you that you can't do anything. We are allowed to do that, as long as you are not inciting anybody, or just as long as you're not being violent. What it's called is peaceful picketing. So I want to thank you guys for tuning in. This has been Sauti Mwananchi. We've been running this space and the previous space for over, I don't even know how long, like more than 12 hours at this point. And yes, I want to thank you, Wanyama, our host, gracious host. I hope you guys have been sending some, some tips to that number 0721776034, and also to Mabonga on the other space before, together with the co-host that came in. We had Kawino came in, Ayo came in, Rabia was there at some point, I'm pretty sure, and Toria also assisted as well. So yes, thank you very much to our speakers, our listeners. What we want to do is shut this space down, and the reason why we kept it up is because somebody requested for a non-biased news outlet to be available for the people, because just in case the media get gagged, we need some place that we can get information from of what's happening on the ground. So even though this space is not running live, you're able to send DMs to the Sauti Mwananchi team. That's, like I mentioned, Wanyama, Mabonga, me, Ayo, Kowino, and Rabia, and we will just post it live for you to stay updated. So even though we're not here, we will still update you. And so feel free, just encourage our brothers and sisters on the streets. Let's just empower them however way we can. So yes, thank you very much to our speakers and listeners for always joining us. Always tune in, Sauti ya Mwananchi. We're gonna be here again in the evening, so we shall see you then. Thank you very much, Wanyama.
Okay. It's been a couple of hours, and by the way, thanks to you, Binti, and Tori as well. She held fort. Thanks to you, the listeners, Manze. We can't do this without you. And the reason we start these things and end them is because of you as well. So si kuenda as in kupotea, kuend like we need to do some other things. This is a volunteer service from all the teams, so all the co-host team as well. Kudos to you. Wengine wako hapa, wengine hawako, but either way it's a Sauti ya Mwananchi team, and the movement is growing. Tulianza huko na 40 people, 30 people. Nowadays we get over 100, which is good, by the way. And as well, we ask you to be very active on the ground, not only online, as we keep pushing the numbers and bringing you very good topics as well. Whatever is a problem at the moment, we will do it. We need to move a hashtag, we will do it. Because we also hosted a 24-hour space the other day to make sure Stop Adani hashtag is at the front. To finish the space, I want to say this. Tutaongea, tutapeana very intelligent points, tutafanya all those things that we think are important, but at the end, tutadu. That's the very important side of this thing, tutadu. And people have shared all those things of the part of tutadu. Now it's your chance to go and implement them. Whether you're in diaspora, whether you're at home in Kenya, or wherever you are in the world, please. Hata kama uko space, uko Mars and everywhere. Unajua huwezi jua, Kenyans can go anywhere. So if you are in space as well and listening to this, because I heard there's now internet in space. So if you're in space as well, try and do something from there. I don't know what you can do, but you can be creative enough. And thank you for the DMs as well, for all the information being shared, all the posts that, we can't be everywhere. So people keep tagging us, people keep DMing us all the information. So we keep verifying and posting. We have WhatsApp channel, we have a Telegram channel as well for Sauti ya Mwananchi. So let's keep the motion going. And thanks from me once again. See you in the evening on Marvin Mabonga's handle. I hope atakuwa ametoka maandamano, because the guy, oh my. I hope atakuwa ametoka huko. There's a team as well that will pick it up from Marvin Mabonga's, and that is how we keep you updated 24 hours under Sauti ya Mwananchi. And to top up the show, tafadhalini tusikize Offended 2, then the national anthem, and then we call it a day. In the meantime, remember to follow this handle, that is Wanyama_Afula. Remember to also follow the other handle for Binti Africa. Ndio hiyo tu, ni kama jina yake, Binti_Africa. The way you're following it is not a gain trend, is to empower this platform so that we give you more and also push the information as fast as possible. Remember to follow each other as well so that we keep the community growing. This is Offended 2. See you after the song, which is part of the anthems of Sauti ya Mwananchi.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm here to address you. Mr. Speaker, we don't fear you. Tuko ndani, we stopped inside. Condolences to the families and friends of all the Gen Z we lost 2024. Our freedom fighters, our heroes. I'm offended. Little, I'm more than offended, bro. I'm disgusted. Yeah, skiza. Ini more than just music. Ini chant, ni gas kwa wabuze. Yeah, ini more than just music. Ini chant, ni gas kwa wabuze. Ini more than just music. Ini chant, tunakasa wabuzi. Leo anatuona tuliwavotia tu juzi. Saini ya ibu gani? Na mkipiga magoti nyumba Mungu mgani? Na under your watch mmeua watu wangapi? Kennedy Onyango 12 years Rongai. Denzel Omondi mlimchukulia uhai. Hapa ni wapi? Mambo walai. Austin Makoha, Christian Gitonga, Joshua Mbati na Wilson Sitati. Bado tunawapenda, kuna siku watu wa hati. Waris wetu, Erwin wetu, Caroline Shiramba na Valentine Jerry. Acha surrender, bado mapambano daily. Vitis Cox, Clinton Mavali. Usiku kucha tuko macho hatulali. Kevin Madanga, Emmanuel Tata, Lema Yenta Saine, Matthew Njoroge, Kelvin Mawasi na Kennedy Njeru. Tawakumbuka diaspora mpaka Ujeru. Eric Iratu, Ibrahim Wanjiru, Kennedy Maina na Erickson Kialo, Eric Kayoni na David Chege, Beasley Kogi, Mike Kihunga. Chenye mlifanya mikono tunawaunga. Fegi tuliwasha hadi vita wanakula. Siaga swali tupa kama sisa tulivuta. Rex Masai Mabaki mayouth wanatumwa kwa nchi za mbali. Tunahitaji manpower home, tubadilishe kila mitaa hapa home. Hata mimi nadai better education, proper medication, walimu na pension, vipi jeshi? Zile times unajua, ikituuma ni lazima tuiseme. Na hakuna kugonga mo, wananchi wamekaa mkuu wa shujaa. Tenzi, ndio times unajua, ikituuma ni lazima tuiseme. Na hakuna kugonga mo, wananchi wamekaa mkuu wa shujaa. Britain's iko so open, crocodile tears inahitaji intervention ya kitunguu. Vitu kikwa life ishapoteza meaning, pombe inatumika kutoa lock, jumu lishapoteza kifunguu, I'm offended. Youth uko depressed, una kazi na serikali inapea kazi wenye wanafaa wao retirement. So mbona una tense na hata mood ya worry? Hakuna hata pesa ya kuliko peanuts. Kizi kila mtu anauza njugu. Si wenzetu, wakati wa kura ndio nakumbuka kutuita mandugu. Serikali ingekuwa inajali what we say. Parliament ingekuwa na headphones na sio speaker. Mchana wanalala bunge na usiku wanataka night allowance. Hatred ni more, love ni rare. Wakristo ndio wako na chuki sana. Ironically, some of their favorite verses iko in the book of Romans. Truth iko na arrogance. RIP our fallen comrades. Kenya of life's importance. Let's teach our girls. Squeeze wengine wanatumia miadarati ndio wawe women of substance. I'm offended. We have a long way to go as a country na sio distance. Wafungwa bado wanaibia watu wakiwa kwa jela, propaganda ndio inasell. Hapo State House wasikudanganye na deeds, hawataki kwenda heaven, wanaogopa kwenda hell. Wasikudanganye na words, body language can tell. Misplaced priorities. Hakuna maji kwa mifereji na masaa ya kura, wako busy kutap talent. Waliahidi stadium lakini kwa ground si vitu ni different. Nakuru, Kihika, Naiba na Samburu. Avieta governor ako loyal to Adani. Money trees wako majani. Promises ni mingi lakini manifesto zao ni kama katiba. Zote zinasema vitu zenye hakuna. I'm offended. Zakayo teme jama bwana, tumechoka mazuri.
Thanks, guys. This has been your favorite host, Wanyama Wafula, and your co host, Binti Africa. God bless you all, and God bless Kenya.
Thank you. Good night.